Good morning. Would members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
You can be the chair. Here's my mic. We've got quorum, so we're going to start, everyone. How are you? Oh, good. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting. Welcome to our committee members and other members of council. We have 8 items on today's agenda, and for those of you in the room with us, the screens at the back of the room provide real-time updates about where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. And for those of you watching online, and we know you're out there, you can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. Do I have any calls for declarations of interest? Seeing none. A confirmation of minutes from the last meeting. Do I have somebody who would move that? Councillor Holiday. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, we're going to run through the agenda.
Order.
Already. Okay, go. Go ahead.
I don't mean to frustrate you. I just, I'm looking at 22.5, and I'm wondering whether or not this thing is even in order, given that we don't have an actual value of parking spots, Madam Chair. In condos, parking spots are typically around $25,000 or $30,000 if you want to buy one. Have we even put a value on these parking spots?
Well, those questions could be asked at the time of the item.
The reason
yes, the item is before us properly.
The reason I think it's out of order is because we have allowed for people to increase the value of their homes over the years, and with this motion, we're suggesting that some people don't get the same rights as others in the value of their home.
So that's great. Thank you for your input. You can ask those questions at the time of the item, when the item comes up. It is properly before us.
I challenge the chair.
Thank you. PW 22.
I would like to challenge the chair on that. I don't think it's in order.
You can't challenge the chair. It is on, the clerks have just confirmed it's in order. It's properly before us.
Challenge the chair. I don't think it's in order.
You can't challenge the chair.
I can. Yes, I can.
No, you can't. All right, PW 22.1.
Madam Chair, I can challenge the ruling.
We're going to continue through.
I can challenge the ruling and whether it's...
It's not a ruling. The item is before us properly. The clerk's division has prepared this agenda rundown. And
now it's a procedural matter. It's a procedural matter, and I disagree with the chair.
But you have no basis for your procedural matter. So we're going to continue, and if you want to continue to be
I don't like the autocratic approach to the chair right now.
Okay, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. PW 22.1, agreements, encroachment permits with the Ontario Ministry of Transportation for Sewer and Water Infrastructure. Okay, thank you, Councillor Holiday. All those in favor? That carries. PW 22.2, settlement of claim Watermains on Avenue Road from high-level pumping stations to Caribou Road, et cetera, et cetera. That's a long title. Anybody want to move that item? Okay, Councillor Carmichael Greb, thank you. All those in favor? That carries. PW 22.3, non-competitive contract for the supply and maintenance for recycling and garbage bins. Would someone like to move that item? No, Councillor Ainsley, you cannot do that. I wish you could. Councillor Carmichael Greb will be moving it. All those in favor, that carries. 22.4, new provincial waste management framework legislation, Bill 151, Waste Free Ontario. Someone who would like to move that? Okay, Councillor Holyday is moving that. All in favor, that carries. PW 22.5, that's being held for speakers.
I'd like to move that out of order, please.
Front yard parking, well, you can't because there's speakers here.
Well, I'll be moving that later. I don't believe it's in order.
Okay, PW 22.6, Eglinton Crosstown, everybody's favorite topic. LRT, long-term roadway amendments at Kennedy Station. I think that's okay. I'll move it. I'll move that unless anybody else had some issues with it. So that is all in favor. That carries. PW 22.7, Lower Yonge Precinct Environmental Assessment Study. I know we have speakers on that item, so I'll hold that in my name as the chair. PW 22.8, Heathfield Drive Path Maintenance, Ward 43, Scarborough East. Councillor Ainsley moved this, so you should become a member of this committee.
I don't need to speak. I'm happy not to speak on this item.
Do we want to, well, let's just hold that for a minute and then maybe we can. Okay. Do you want to just, I think the idea was we were going to direct that to staff. Does that make sense? Yeah, so we'll refer to staff. So Councillor Carmichael Greb is referring that to staff for information back. September's right, the next meeting. So we say early fall September. We'll try for September, October. Okay, so the date is September, October, but hopefully September. So that's referred to staff. All those in favor, that carries. And then I believe Councillor Holyday has an addition to the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move the recommendations provided in the letter from Councillor Michael Ford to the agenda.
So all those in favor of introducing this item that's on the pink sheet. It's not controversial at all, this one. And he's not here. Yeah, he's not here. But he had, to be fair to Councillor Ford, he had some emergency that came up this morning, so he did communicate that to us all this morning. So that is now before us. And so we'll allow time for that to be reviewed and read, and we'll move on to our items. So we have speakers on two items. The first is this our first item then? Yeah, so our first item is PW 22.5, front yard parking regulations. We have two speakers. Elise, if you would come forward first. Elise Gasner, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, you can just take a seat right there. And there's a microphone with a button, and we're going to provide 5 minutes for you to tell us your views on this issue. So if you just take a seat right there, and then see the button in front of you, there's a little microphone. Okay, are you ready to roll? Did you need to plug in your laptop?
I do.
Oh, you need to plug it in? Okay, could we get technical assistance?
Whatever. Yeah. I'm going to put on WTRP, okay?
Just while we're waiting for this to happen, Jim, if you could just wait 1 minute. There's a little opportunity here for a minute for an introduction of a great new initiative. Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're going to hand out, clerks will hand out copies. We give regular tours at a couple of our facilities that are recognized as world-class facilities. So we put together small information packets for each one for the tour guests. They literally come from all over the world to see these facilities. So we've put these together. We thought that we would share them with members of committee and also offer up that if there are any members of committee, we will organize a tour so that you can come out and see these facilities. I also know there's a few new members to council who may be interested in coming out as well. So we'll throw that offer out there. And I talked to Lou, and maybe we can combine a bit of a water tour as well.
Yes, that's great. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'd urge all members of the committee and any other interested councillors to attend the tour. It's really great to see the physical works in action and where the money's being spent and how the staff are operating our infrastructure.
Great, thanks, Jim. That looks really impressive. Thank you for that work that you've done on that, and we'll make sure everybody gets one. And we're still in a setup mode here. Technical challenges.
I believe so. Do you want me to stand? Sit? Thank you. Hi, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to introduce you to what I'm hoping will be accepted by the City of Toronto for additional pad parking on your front yards. I am aware that it is a topic that is always sort of in the media as a way to not only increase parking surfaces, but do so in a low-impact development type format, allowing the stormwater to re-enter the ground, recharge the aquifers, and reduce damaging runoff. Traditional paving systems such as asphalt or concrete formulate runoff, it enters our sewer systems, we get flooding, we get pollutants in our waters, and the alternative is green paved parking, which can be grass or can be gravel. It eliminates the compaction of the ground and allows the storm water to re-enter the ground effectively, efficiently, and in a natural format. I wanted to talk to you specifically about plastic pavers, which I feel will be one of the most affordable options to City of Toronto homeowners as well as on a municipal level. Specifically, a product such as this, which is manufactured from 100% recycled plastic bags, not only formulating a totally green, environmentally sound product, but a product that is both flexible and strong in cold Canadian winters based on the plastic format that is used. Okay? This is in the City of Toronto. I'm not sure if anyone's had a chance to visit it. It is a large-scale parking lot at George Brown College, Casa Loma campus, which was instrumental with Councillor Mahevik's help. It was an original impermeable surface, which is now covered in this product filled with gravel, and it manages stormwater on site. No additional stormwater is discharged. The surface is happy and dry. You can use products such as this for green parking, as I mentioned, and for gravel parking. All the storm water that enters or touches the surface re-enters the ground. And then you've got your pad parking, which is the item on the agenda, allowing people to park on grass surfaces or on gravel surfaces. The ground will not be compacted after years or decades of use, and the stormwater will enter the ground in an efficient manner. This is how it is constructed. You're using a drainable base beneath the surface. You're planting your grass or placing your gravel within the grid system. And when you're driving on it, you're not driving on the roots of the grass or the low-growth sedum. You're driving right on the grid. The grid can be snow-plowed or snow-blown. And using products such as this, as in experience with George Brown this past winter, they used no salt. So the savings are attractive, and the environmental impact is very, very attractive as well. And then if you wanted to take that next step and be a more green paving type environment, it can be used for green rails, it can be used for fire access, it can be used for green laneways and stormwater management ponds. And thank you for your attention.
We've got some questions for you, and we'll start with our visiting counselors. Councillor Carroll.
Oh, thank you. So you did say it can be used for decades and decades. So how do we know about that? It's a relatively new program. So how do I know what this is going to look like on a driveway 30 years from now?
Okay, very good question. This is a German manufactured and engineered product, this specific product that we are now manufacturing in Ontario, just outside of Kitchener. Our experience in Europe, which is a very similar climate to Toronto, shows that there have been installations for almost 3 decades that look as though they have been installed today. And it's something that we've had a problem with in where can I see it, how do I know that it lasts, but anyone who has traveled to Europe knows that permeable surfaces are mandatory there.
Right.
So much so that tax incentives are given towards permeability, that solid surfaces are not permitted, not for residential, not for commercial needs. They go the step above and even use permeable surfaces such as this with solar panels on top for surface parking. And I would ask you to imagine what a commuter parking lot would look like, full of permeable pavement with solar panels on top. I mean, it's really quite amazing.
And one other question, in the slideshow, there was one picture there, I think it was a police car with where you're using it with gravel. So it was like aggregate and then that based into it. That looked like a
British
Canadian
Columbia.
vehicle. It's RCMP. British Columbia. Yes, there's a lot of this in Western Canada.
Correct.
So there are Canadian examples, but we wouldn't be able to find a public sector example like that nearby. We couldn't drive people to look at it near
George
here.
Brown College.
George Brown College, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Councillor Mamalady?
The recommendation in front of us today is not to accept any more applications. So I'm not sure where this recommendation comes out of with this plastic.
I was asked to present to council the possibility or the opportunity to add parking in a green fashion, not with a solid surface, but to maximize.
Who asked you to depute that way?
Who asked me? I've had residents of Toronto that asked me to approach certain councillors, and I was invited to approach the council. So
You
it's not
realize
on
that the report that's in front of us is suggesting a refusal of any new applications.
I understand, and I'm hoping to overturn that with the acceptance of council of green
So
parking.
you would agree that more applications should be accepted with some conditions? Is that what you're saying?
That would be my recommendation, that there are green alternatives that not only ideally, in my mind, it shouldn't just be residents that are being told that they have to use permeable alternatives, but it should be on the municipal level and it should be large commercial entities.
Well, I mean, not to get into a debate, but you recognize that we don't even have the resources to cut grass in our parks, let alone our rail corridors.
So then use it filled with gravel and let it be a fully permeable surface, as George Brown is, reducing the runoff that happens from surface.
And who would pick up the cost of that?
So this actually is less expensive than traditional surfaces, and it lasts for 20 years. So you will not have your ruts or your potholes or your cracking or your resealing. It is guaranteed for 20 years, and it is a much more affordable alternative than traditional.
Well, that's not, unfortunately, it's not in front of us. So,
I just answered your question.
no, but it's not, we can't even look at it because the recommendation in front of us is to refuse any further applications. So I'm not sure who's asked you to pitch this product, but that's why this is out of order, Madam Chair.
Thank
We've
you.
even got people telling people to come to Depew to pitch a product.
Councillor, we're going to move to Councillor Palacio because I actually missed seeing his hand, so we're going to go back to him as a guest. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Within the existing regulations that we have, and that's with the municipal code, and also with the zoning provisions that are in place to allow front yard parking in some parts of the city, some geographic parts of the city where permeable materials are allowed, do you think that those permeable materials that are being used and that are in full compliance with existing requirements does contribute towards the stormwater system and also the basement flooding? Do you think that those materials are somehow helping out?
So thank you very much for that question. We all know of different permeable products that are currently installed throughout the city, from turf stone, which is a concrete type paver, to what they call permeable paving stones, which are unit pavers where just the joints are permeable. One can only imagine that a system such as this, compared to an interlocking system with just the seams of permeable surface, is very, very different. So your runoff coefficient, which is a way to actually measure how much water goes into the ground, how quickly, the runoff coefficient.
I get it. I just have a few more minutes. So to implement or to enhance the existing permeable materials in areas that are allowed, by perhaps embracing this kind of technology that will also help out in terms of the stormwater system.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Great. Now, in some parts of the city, we have, for example, New York, Scarborough, Tobico, where you have big, huge lots with huge driveways and multiple parking paths, usually with 4, 8, 10 cars that are accommodated. But they are not in compliance at all with any requirements of the municipal code or the zoning bylaws. So in essence, what they do, literally, they pave those areas and they're asphalted. Now, if this kind of technology was to embrace in areas like that, that's where the problem is 99% in terms of the lack of compliance with the stormwater and the basement flooding, will that help, in your opinion, perhaps if this was implemented citywide?
Definitely.
And it becomes compulsory, so everybody, we have one set of rules for everyone. Will that help?
Yes.
And how?
By
How will it help? I'm just giving it 2 samples. For example, in areas where front yard parking is allowed, it's probably 1% of the total in relation to other parts of the city where you have these huge parking areas, that's almost 99%. So with that correlation, how will that help?
anywhere that this can be placed will help the greater good. In areas that are less densely populated, there is more green space to absorb your stormwater. Areas that are densely populated, you're very limited, and more areas that are surfaced in a densely populated area make more runoff. We all agree. Something like this will help no matter where it is. It'll help manage your stormwater on site. It will help manage your stormwater within your community, and it will help manage it within the city. You know, I am just one person trying to present an alternative to traditional paving systems that realistically, you know, the city of Toronto embraced green roofs, and it has changed the landscape of the city, not only from the high towers, but even from the ground. People embrace green space. And this is something that will not only increase green space, but will help manage stormwater.
My last question, in terms of adopting any regulations, usually, and public consultation is the key. And this is the first time, for example, as a local city councilor, that I pay close attention to these kind of technologies where we can implement, and the existing we haven't heard. So my question to you from that perspective is, Do you think that there is a need maybe just to consult a little bit more with our local communities, with our city staff from different divisions, especially with the planning department, with the zoning, with all of them, to see the merits of what you are offering?
I guess I'm in agreement, right? The City of Toronto is the municipality that is embracing this the fastest, and it is being installed in Kew Gardens right now. It's been installed in Glebe Manor. It's been installed in different areas through Toronto Hydro's installing it. The school boards have started to install it, and it's really quite encouraging to see the movement that is happening within the City of Toronto, especially now that it's being manufactured in Ontario using locally sourced plastics.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. But Madam Chair, I want it on record, okay? A point of order on record, all right? You've allowed a deputant to come in front of us. The deputant has very clearly said that some of the councillors that she's spoken to have asked her to come and depute on a particular product. This is Lid Permeable Paving. It's a company. We don't have anything in front of us that suggests that we're going out for tender or we're looking at this product. So you've got a deputant who's suggesting that some councillors sent her here to pitch this product. This is a point of privilege and a point of order, and you allowed this to happen today.
I'm not, sorry, in my defense, I'm not pitching the product. I'm just, there are different products on the market.
As Lid Permeable Paving. That's a product.
We
That's a
are
business.
the distributors of this product, which is an Ontario-based product. I can give you the names of competitive products that are manufactured
I didn't ask her a
across
question,
North
Madam
America.
Chair. I wanted a point of order on the record, that this has become a pitch for a product on this particular item, which is out of order completely, in my opinion. And now we're suggesting that some councillors can ask deputants to come and pitch a product. Well, let's look at what she said.
100%. The residents asked me to approach the
And I would ask
council
that
to not this product,
I would
but this
ask that the
concept.
record, I would ask that you play back exactly what she said, because she did say.
You would like us to play that back?
She said councillor, councillors.
So do you want to clarify what your not that it really matters, but
No problem.
for the sake of Councillor
I was
Mammoliti.
approached by residents.
Don't
I was approached
patronize,
by
Madam Chair. This
residents.
is not a joke. This
She
is
did-
serious. You've got somebody pitching a product
Her
here.
answer. So could you just say who encouraged you to come here today, so it's clarified for the record?
So there are residents that are specifically in Councillor Carmichael Greb's constituent that put me in touch, not with the councillor, but with her representatives, who asked me to approach council to present permeable paving systems such as this system, which is truly permeable and open, and I can easily give you other names of products that are similar, but not necessarily cold weather friendly, but can be used for residential permeable green parking pads filled with grass or gravel.
Okay, so let's just ask the clerk. Councillor Mammoliti has a question, and his question is whether, as a private firm, a private company, that they're allowed to depute on items before a committee.
I think it's difficult to determine before hearing the deputation who's coming in, and you can ask questions, and we could thank the deputant for their deputation at this time. I'm not sure there's much else that we can do.
Yeah, because, so you're suggesting the committee thanks the deputant for speaking? There was other members who had questions. So we can continue to ask questions? Okay, Councillor Carmichael Greb.
Thank you. One of the issues that is in the report is that that parking pads lessen the permeability of the surface around the city. Are there products like the one you have beside you that allow for 100% permeability of rainwater?
So products such as this, different plastic geogrids that are fully open, will actually make that surface more permeable than compacted front lawns. Okay, we all know your front lawn is a relatively small area. You've got traffic on your lawn gets compacted. We all know after our large rains, I've got pooling on my own lawn. If I had my grass reinforced on my front lawn with this product, it eliminates all the compaction. So that green space
Yep.
will be fully permeable, not more than 95% permeable to all stormwater.
Point of order.
So a front lawn is not 100% permeable?
No.
Point of
Okay, thank
order
you.
again, please. Sorry, point of order again, please. I'm going to insist that there's nothing in this report that speaks to permeable products. There's got to be, there's no recommendation that speaks to this product. We don't have a tender going out, and you're allowing a deputant to keep pitching a product to us. Can I get a legal opinion on this, please?
And we'll ask you to relay it.
Well, it's entirely appropriate for any deputant to say whatever basically they want to say. And if they want to pitch a product, even though that's not necessarily what's happening, they're allowed to do that as well. There's no active tender process at this point in time, so there's no issue with that. And in fact, a deputant can speak to anything related to the report and related to the subject matter of the report. It doesn't have to relate directly to the recommendations in the report.
So, in other
It's
words,
entirely appropriate
All right.
to have this deputant speak on whatever she wishes to speak to in relation.
so a deputant can come and speak to whatever they want under any report, even though it has nothing to do with the report.
As long as
So
it's
it's not out of order.
report, it
It's
doesn't
not
have-
out of order if a deputant comes in and speaks about the weather when we're talking about cutting grass.
Well, in fact, the weather might be relevant to that because of rain and runoff issues, but nevertheless, the report deals with a number of issues with front yard parking and boulevard parking, including part of it deals with permeable items and options, and certainly this committee and
I'm not going to let
council
go of this,
ultimately
guys.
can make
This
any
is ri-
decision with
this is
respect to the
ridiculous.
recommendations it wishes
This
to.
is absolutely ridiculous
Okay.
where you're pitching a
Thank
product.
you very much.
It's ridiculous.
If there should be some decorum in this, and it ought to be that we don't interrupt the speaker. And so I'm just registering an objection with you, Madam Speaker, about the interjections. If we've got staff and they're asked a question, they're allowed to answer in full
Yeah.
and should not be interjected.
Okay, thank you. So do you feel you've made your point? Thank you very much for it. I have a couple questions. I'm going to be very careful, and I think all committee members should be, not to speak about your firm, because I don't fully disagree with Councillor Mamalady. But I've always kind of questioned these technologies, if you can call them that, whether they are actually good for the environment, because you are putting plastic into the earth, and I'm worried about leaching and that kind of thing. So, I hear about these options, but I do question whether it's not just better to go with plain old grass.
Okay, so very good question. Certain products, and I would ask you to just, check and see what the product is comprised of. Certain products are different types of plastic, whether they are HDPE, LDPE. The plastic itself has to do with the strength and durability in certain weather systems. And products such as this, which are LDPE, that same plastic material is used in medical plastics and has been tested very intensively to demonstrate that it's groundwater neutral, fish toxicity friendly, and totally and absolutely 100% clean and clear. It's also 100% recycled and 100% recyclable and reusable.
Okay, and the other thing I've heard, and I could be completely wrong, is that these products, some of the pictures you show, they're not up there anymore, with less grass and more material, that they actually do not absorb at the rate of a traditional lawn, which a lot of us think is a beautiful thing, so that they don't absorb as well as a plain old lawn would absorb rainwater.
Okay, so if you're filling open grid products, okay, fully open grid products with clear gravel, clear meaning no fines or no dirt, that system is fully drainable. And there are videos online where it will demonstrate pouring full water trucks onto gravel-filled surfaces using clear gravel and it's fully permeable. As I did mention, grass areas can become compacted, and I'm actually in an area where we have a very small front lawn, and that area is fully compacted. So after a large rain,
Well, what about so I understand that. What about the other material you were showing in parking lots? It looks more like
it's all this filled with gravel.
all filled with gravel, okay.
Filled with
And then my last question is, in your opening comments, this is what I meant to start with. You talked about the disadvantages, I'll call them, the cons of stormwater runoff. Can you just repeat those? Pollutants in the lake, what else were you, why would we go down this road?
Flooding,
Sorry, what, environmental impacts?
environmental impacts, pollutants in the lake, right? You've got your runoff. As that runoff happens, you get your oil spills, your gas drippings, your pollens, things that are more of a pollutant nature. When you have like a gasket that breaks on a solid surface, it's very hard to contain that spill. When you have it on a permeable system, you're able to cut out the affected area and dispose of that granular beneath the surface in a safe and non-hazardous type manner.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? We're going to move on to our next deputant. Thank you. Derek Moran is up next. Welcome, Derek. You know what to do, Derek, don't you? You know the drill. So you've got 5 minutes.
I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent or express or implied in doing so as fraud. I have an objection to make regarding this item. I object to this item because it misleads these people who want their own driveway on what the law actually is. So basically, the only thing preventing these people from getting their own driveway is the City of Toronto and/or City of Toronto bylaw that says they can't, as I take it. The Integrity Commissioner of the City of Toronto and the Code of Conducts that the City of Toronto has mentioned that the letter and the spirit of the law shall be observed. What the letter of the law means basically is the exact meaning of the words being used shall be observed. So Councillor Carroll and Councillor Lee might remember from a couple weeks ago at the Toronto Police Services Board meeting that there was an item that came up that City Council felt the need to educate the police on. And I actually broke down what exactly the definition of a City of Toronto bylaw is. And I did it with a learning aid, which was, I brought along Dwight from the office. So I made one up for just for this item. Dwight says, City of Toronto bylaws are the law and everyone has to follow them. False. A bylaw is a rule of a corporation or organization for its own internal governance. And City of Toronto bylaws are resolutions that usually deal with minor routine administrative internal management matters in nature, such as adjourning a meeting or appointing an auditor. City of Toronto bylaws only apply to City of Toronto employees. Because there's something about municipal bylaws I don't think my fellow people who would actually like to have their own driveway on their own property realize. So here's something they probably don't know about what the Supreme Court of Canada has had to say, implying about how ethical municipalities are. This is from Godbout versus the City of Longueuil, 1997. As regards municipalities, it consists in the much broader discretion to adopt and enforce coercive laws binding on a defined territory. Stated simply, a government or an entity acting in a governmental capacity could circumvent the charter, not simply by granting certain of its powers to other entities, but also by itself pursuing governmental initiatives through means other than the traditional mechanism of government action, i.e. the formal enactment of coercive laws. And this is from McKinney versus University of Guelph, 1990, Supreme Court of Canada again. Municipalities perform a quintessentially governmental function. They enact coercive laws, binding on the public generally, for which offenders may be punished. We must bear in mind that the role of the Charter is to protect the individual against the coercive power of the state, or as one council put it, to enable the citizen to fight City Hall. I don't know if anyone's ever seen Section 108.2, subsection 12 of the Courts of Justice Act. It says, relief against a municipality. Think about that for a second. Why would they expressly include such an example of a proceeding one can take, and this would be in a court of equity jurisdiction? No mention of relief against the provincial government, no mention of relief against the federal government, but they felt the need to specifically point out relief against a municipality, because I'm not quite sure if I had a little bit of trouble getting a communication accepted by the clerk's office on regards to this item, but it was an email. I just assumed it. Oh, here it is. It was an email that from Mike Cole's office. I've brought this up at the police board before. Basically, hello, Derek. I've been in touch with the Attorney General's office with regards to your question. The answer is that Ontario does not have a civil code like Quebec. We have rules of civil procedure, but they deal with procedural matters only, not the substantive law. Ontario is a common law jurisdiction, and we rely on the common law, not a code, not a civil code of Quebec, not a municipal code. Please feel free to contact us if you have more questions in the future. Sadly, that email is being passed around the internet a lot, and I think that's the reason why Mike Cole doesn't answer my questions by email anymore. But I just want to point out that maybe it's because she's relatively new and from Seattle that maybe nobody here at the City of Toronto has actually bothered to point out to General Manager Barbara Gray what the law is actually here. But I know Councillor Greb does, because I explained it to her at Marco Mendicino's budget town hall meeting a year ago, to look up whenever she's confused, Section 9 of the Bills of Exchange Act, where the headline says right there, Common Law of England. Not the Municipal Law of Rome, Common Law of England.
Okay, thank you very much. Derek, I don't think I see any questions for you. Oh, there's Councillor Mammoliti's got one for you.
So,
Maybe two.
just in speaking in terms of the law and bylaws, it's my view that over the years we have been able to increase the value of people's property by giving them the ability to park and create a parking spot on their property. Now we're looking at, in my opinion, discriminating against the neighbor if the neighbor would like one. So in other words, City Hall has increased the value of one neighbor's house, and with this report in front of us, we're looking at saying no to anyone else who wants to increase the value of their property by eliminating front yard parking for them. So the neighbors still can have it, and they can't. I would have guessed that this value of parking spots probably in the tune of about $50,000, I'm guessing. Do you think that's fair and legal to do that? To say yes to one neighbor and then overnight say no to another? You can't ever apply. But your neighbor, we just increased the value of their property by accepting their parking spot over the years.
My point is the City of Toronto doesn't have any authority whatsoever to tell anyone that they can or can't have a parking spot. We are granted dominion over the earth. That's what Genesis 1:26 says. Beginning of the Constitution we have, first line says, recognize the supremacy of God. And I pointed out the police board last couple of weeks ago that I held up something from Joe Penichetti, who even said that municipalities aren't recognized even as a government by the Constitution. I mean, municipalities are really, you guys are a trust corporation as defined in I think it's the Loan and Trust Companies Act of Ontario. You guys operate under like de facto law. It's not de jure law. It's ultra vires. City of Toronto bylaws are ultra vires beyond the power scope of authority, as Ontario actually is a common law jurisdiction. And McCutcheon and the City of Toronto, High Court of Ontario at the time, 1983, said that municipal bylaws are subject to Section 32.1 of the Charter. That is being clarified by Peter Hogg, saying that acts and statutes only apply to government actors, government actions, and those performing a public function of government.
This isn't the first time that you've disputed and argued this point. Have you ever tried to actually challenge some of the things that we do down here so that you could be seen as a more, no, because I tend to agree with you in some cases that you raise, and sometimes the courts have got to rule on the things that we do down here. Have you ever thought that maybe you should challenge some of the things we do down here so you can be taken a little more serious when you come down to dispute like this?
Well, first of all, I'm not disputing. Disputing is technically the definition is appointing a representative. So I'm just making a presentation.
I'm asking you as a citizen, have you ever thought about just appealing to the courts and arguing your points in front of the courts on a few things that we decide to do down here to prove your point?
But I'm actually not a citizen. A citizen is an officer on land serving a corporation. And a citizen is a commercial title under an admiralty. A police officer told me I was right about that
You're
one.
killing me here.
That's actually against the law, so I wouldn't do that.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have another speaker who's just signed up, Emily Daigle.
Yes, you got it right. Yeah, my email didn't go through, that's all. So getting back on topic here, I have 3 very quick points, and I will make them as quickly and succinctly as possible because we've just experienced diarrhea. First of all, in regards to the parking permits and the motion, I agree with it in some ways, but the thing I don't agree with is I have friends who have accessible vans or accessible minivans, and they need that pad beside their house because, and I will give you a very good example of one that my friend's going through right now. Due to construction of the house beside her, so it's a small house that was bought, and then the developer literally felt like it blew it up, and is building this great big monstrosity. They've ruined her driveway, and she's in a wheelchair like I am. And the only way she gets around is when her family drives her around, and the weight of that minivan is almost twice the weight of a normal quote-unquote minivan because it has to be reinforced for her wheelchair. And she's been denied redoing her pad with concrete because it has to be permeable. Well, the problem with permeable product is that it cannot stand the weight over time of a wheelchair van. Also, wheelchairs like mine and hers will get stuck in the stuff that it's made of, and that's why she needs a concrete pad. Now her family has made sure to put in rain catchers and a little trough covered by a grate so that rainwater can come off and go where it wants to go. And it would be really great if we would have the city solicitor as well as the staff look over the proposals and see which ones are for wheelchair accessible, people needing wheelchair accessibility and usage of wheelchair accessible vans, and make sure those ones, if possible, are giving some slight special priority, because people with disabilities trying to find a parking spot and or having a curb cut on your block, if she doesn't have her pad, her mom's gonna park 2 blocks away because there's no parking on her side of the street and there's no curb cuts. Also, on the other side of the street where there is parking, there's no sidewalk. And it would be really wonderful if she didn't have to walk almost 2 blocks to get to her van and back. 2 blocks each way in the dead of winter when no one plows their sidewalks. Well, we're stranded. And she's the main caregiver, a main wage earner in the house. Both her parents are retired. So it would be really wonderful if this could be looked at. It's very important, and I agree parking pads do decrease environmental things. I'm worried about it myself. I'm a slight bit of a tree hugger, I admit. But she lives in Scarborough, and it's a huge problem. And I just ask you guys to have some leniency when it comes to people with disabilities who are trying to have a place beside their house to park, where it's safe, where they're not stranded by the lack of snow removal, and where they're not stranded by the lack of sidewalks. Thank you.
Okay, we've got some questions for you. We're going to start with visiting councillors, Councillor Carroll.
Wow. Thank you. Hi, Emily. So part of the difficulty that we face when we're looking at appeals is, often it has to do with creating accessibility, but part of the difficulty in the sort of Hobson's choice we have is that it takes away the parking space that is on pavement, that is on a road, that could be designated a disabled parking space. And so the very thing that we have created that is preferential for people who have actually been fortunate enough to purchase those vans, the type of pavement, and they should be parking right in front of their house, and we can't because excessive approvals of front yard parking pads and curb cuts has taken away those spots. So how do we reconcile that?
One quick notice, her minivan is a former TTC Wheel-Trans minivan done by a cab company.
Right,
So it's a side door load.
Yeah.
So parking on the street is nearly impossible. She's gotten hit. Also, people keep stealing her parking spot. She calls 311, nothing's done. And they're fed up. And what I would suggest to be done, yes, it takes a spot off the street, but if you go ask, say, 50 people that have accessible parking permits, how many times they actually can park in their parking spot on a daily basis without having to beg and plead people to move, or whether they can get in and out of their cars safely because they're getting hit, or people putting crap on the sidewalk, or garbage cans not getting put their proper place east of Yonge Street is the best spot for that, but west of Yonge Street, you never know.
So we have some major problems in that program as well.
Absolutely.
We've got to deal with.
People with disabilities, I mean, I have a couple of friends with vans, and my absolute best friend is a former para-athlete, and he was gone for 2 weeks during Rio, and he came home, and someone had put, I don't know what you call those things, it's those great big bins where the raccoons aren't supposed to be able to get in them.
Oh, the new green bin design.
Yeah, thank you. So someone had put the green bin in front of her house, and it was blocking her way out of her accessible spot to get out onto the sidewalk. And she can't move it on her own. And she has a powered ramp. And to fix one of those is $11,000 to replace it, and fix or replace. And people park in her spot all the time. And her and her husband go away for athlete stuff and do what they need to do, and it's just, you know, if it was a reliable option having on-street parking for accessible permits, it would be great. But how many of those permits are for people with accessible vehicles? There's only one kind of accessible permit, which is ridiculous, because people that are severely disabled who are actually in wheelchairs with actual accessible minivans can rarely use them because either they're the wrong size, or there's cars parked way too close, or there's no space.
So in order
Especially
to
on
do
street
this, we really need to address those issues as well.
Absolutely, and
Okay.
until then, you're gonna have more people wanting pad parking that are disabled.
Okay, we've got lots more questions. Thank you. Councillor Karajanis, and then Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Emily. How are you?
Good.
The chair to you. Guide me if I'm correct here. You are requesting that people that have wheelchair or handicap permits that
Not
need
handicap accessible, thank you.
accessible,
Thank you.
fantastic. Permits that we should make an exception for those people so they can park their vehicles closer to their home and able to get in and out. Would I be correct in summarizing your thoughts?
You're absolutely correct, but such as in your area, I have two people that live in your area who, one side of the street has a sidewalk, one side doesn't. And one of my friends lives in an area right near the GO station that she's been fighting for a sidewalk for a long time, and she needs to park in her driveway.
Would we be talking Reedmount? Let me assure you that this councillor is supporting the sidewalk.
Thank you.
The unfortunate part is that the people on the street, even next door neighbors, don't see that eye to eye, and there's
Because able-bodied people take it for granted, that's why.
you and I should go offline, and I can tell you the pushback that we had on that one. Would these folks not have the ability, I mean, if we were to move in this direction, to go to the committee of adjustment and request that? Isn't that an option for them to address that, to the enlarged driveway?
For a lot of these people, they can barely get jobs, and when they have a job, they can't take days off to go do this. They don't have the time or energy, and a lot of my friends who are involved with this sort of thing are people with very precarious work situations that they can't take the time off.
So what you would be recommending through the chair is that people that need accessible ramps or to have some leniency, that they can email their copy of their accessibility permit, and we can make exceptions for them versus them having to go? Would this something that would the community be look at, that we, when we have an override that says, okay, you need this, we give it to you right away, versus you having to go to the Committee of Adjustment?
I think there should be two versions of the accessible parking permit as is. I don't even think they should have to go to community of adjustment. I think anyone with a properly accessible minivan who has a disability or their parents do desperately needs to have this.
Well, this is what I was suggesting to you. Maybe it was misunderstood, Emily, through the chair, is that people that can prove that they have this accessibility permit, they shouldn't have to go to the Committee of Adjustment, but there should be some form of oversight right here that we can certainly give them that without having to go through the three rings circus hoops, if I can say that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I think they should also be able to call 311. And when people are parking in their space, if they don't have pad parking, these cars should be moved right away. I'm sorry, but my friend's literally been stuck in her house and missed very important medical appointments and sporting flights to be at the Olympics because of people parking in their pad.
This is parking space on the street, which is designated handicap, correct?
Yes.
Okay, or accessible. All right, thank you. Appreciate your deputation, Emily, through the chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carmichael Greb, you're okay now. All right, thank you very much,
Kristen.
Emily.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, so that brings us to the end of our speakers. We now have a short presentation from staff, and then we'll move to questions. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will go through the presentation at a very high level, and we can provide copies to all members. So the program for front yard parking actually started back in the 1970s. Back then was former Councillor Michael Walker, and that was on a street-specific basis. The purpose of the program at the time was to basically provide parking options where there were no other parking options available to residents. And this was also later introduced in the former municipalities of York and East York. Front yard parking is often a contentious issue amongst residents. Bylaw amendments suit specific area characteristics. And despite the harmonization attempts, amendments make it challenging both for the public to understand and for the implementation of the program as a whole. There are also concerns with the environmental impacts, primarily with the stormwater runoff. So we're going to review three different components, and the first one being the challenges. So the current front yard parking regulations is a harmonization of Chapter 918 back in 2007, which introduced more stringent guidelines. This unfortunately resulted in less properties qualifying for front yard parking privileges, and there was also a criteria that was introduced to further support the wet weather flow master plan. In essence, there are three forms of front yard parking. There's your typical standard front yard parking where you park in front of the main front wall. There's residential boulevard parking where you park on the flankage of the property. And there is the form of driveway widening where you park on a widened portion off of a neutral driveway. So it is complicated, as we've heard from residents and members of council. Chapter 918 regulates both residential boulevard parking and specifically front yard parking in the former city of Toronto. It's very complex to understand as it's unique to specific wards. Appeals are only permitted in specific wards, and success depends on the area that you reside in and what the regulations are for that area. There are 4 front yard parking zones. 1, no parking is allowed. 2, it is not allowed, but appeals are permitted under specific conditions. 3, only properties with mutual driveways less than 2.2 meters are eligible. And then 4, front yard parking is allowed. So the challenge is the ability to license front yard parking on both private property, but only in the former city of Toronto, where you do not require a variance. However, in the former city of East York, no front yard parking on private property unless a variance is granted, and requirements for soft landscaping are those that are outlined in the new zoning bylaw, not in the chapter specific. Additional challenges, the bylaw amendments are viewed by the public as inconsistent. Public complaints of not administering the program fairly, and issues that are commonly addressed on a word-by-word basis by bylaw amendments. 2015, there's approximately 82 appeals. So these were applications that were denied, and residents appealed the decision to community councils. 40% of those were brought to Etobicoke York Community Council, 40% to the Toronto and East York Community Council, and 20% were brought to the North York Community Council. Of those, 60% were approved, which translates to 50 locations that were approved by community councils, which were initially denied through the criteria outlined in the bylaw. So as we move forward, we look at the environmental impacts. So as a review of the wet weather flow master plan and the impact of the stormwater runoff, it indicated that it is a minimal impact on the total volume of stormwater runoff. It's basically a contributor of 0.7% of the total stormwater runoff. However, since the bylaw came into force back in 2007, we've had an additional 400 parking pads that have been installed with permeable material, which was introduced as a criteria. We have undertaken an industry scan, and the consensus is very common, is that permeable material is now more readily available, it is encouraged, and it should be used to replace non-permeable paving. And as you will see in the next slide, these are the various types of permeable material, from plastic grids to porous asphalt, porous turf, and permeable concrete brick pavers. And these are used throughout the city currently. We then move on to value added. So we have done a scan, and based on the information provided by MPAC, a front yard parking pad will add an additional $30,000 in property value to a home when it's being put for sale. Yeah. A total of 3% of the value. So to bring unauthorized pads into compliance, which is a challenge, is because a lot of these front yard parking pads were constructed within private or public property without consent or approval from the city initially. And in addition, many of them were initially constructed with walkways adjacent to mutual driveways, which are now being used as parking pads. So the types of unauthorized parking pads include previously licensed but have now been canceled either due to non-payment or by the property owner. The previous owner had an accessible permit, which is non-transferable unless the new property owner is also the holder of an accessible permit. And in this category of previously authorized but no longer valid parking pad locations, there's approximately 4,000 that fall in that category citywide. We then move on to my apologies, to reasons for refusal where parking pads historically have a mutual driveway is one of the primary reasons for refusal of a parking application, or where 90% of the on-street permit parking allocation has not been allocated yet. You would not qualify. And again, the primary reason for a number of the parking pads being refused is prior to harmonization of the bylaw in 2007, the requirement was a 2.6 meter wide mutual driveway, 8.5 feet. That was then reduced down under the new bylaw to make it more stringent down to 2.2 meters. So those properties that have a driveway wider than that dimension are denied their application. There are various options. There are approximately 8,000 illegal parking pads currently throughout the City of Toronto. One of the considerations was a potential amnesty to bring into compliance those pads that have been constructed illegally that currently do not meet the bylaw requirements. However, they would require specific exemptions to the current criteria in the bylaw to be brought forward to a licensing component. And then the challenges. The current bylaw, unfortunately, has been amended to make it very site-specific based on the neighborhood characteristics and on a ward basis. It's been made very clear that one size does not fit all. And based on the review that has been undertaken, the majority of properties that qualify for front yard parking privileges over the last 50 years have been licensed. Thank you.
I know we have a number of questions for you, so I think Councillor Palacio, you actually asked me first, so I'll start with you. Palacio, Councillor Carroll. Okay, so who would like to start? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions to city staff. And the first one is with regards to the presentation, and thank you for the presentation, is that it was noted that the current system is complicated, it's complex, and difficult to deal with. Is that correct? I have a lot of questions, if you don't mind, just a yes or no.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
You did mention at the end of your presentation that given the complexities overall, geographically speaking, throughout the city, one size does not fit all.
That is correct. That is the feedback that we have been getting from the individual residents and members of council.
Great. And prior to 2006, actually, and you made the presentation, actually was on May the 30, 2006. You made the presentation as supervisor at that point of the right-of-way management. Right here in this room, I was a member of the Works Committee. Councilor Shelley Carroll was the chair of Works Committee. And that's when the bylaw, the municipal code and the zoning bylaws were amended in such a way to allow some sections of the city, as you mentioned, one size doesn't fit all, to be functional in terms of those provisions. Was that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. Staff did bring a report forward. We did the presentation. There were amended recommendations to that report, which then went on to council.
Now, at that point, there was a real communication, and let me just rephrase that. Front parking applications prior to 2006 were dealt at City Council, and very often those council meetings took 4, 5, 6 days of council because that consumed quite a bit of time. And then under the new City of Toronto Act in 2006, our local community councils, Councillor Davis, please, you are blocking me, Madam Chair, it's my time. It's the City of Toronto, with the new City of Toronto Act, was amended to allow local community councils the delegated authority to deal with these very local issues. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Now, By taking those powers away from the local community councils, wouldn't that be seen by our local communities that taking away the right for them to be heard, the right for them to speak on something that's so fundamentally important to our local residents, that elected members of council, that we are representing them? What's your take on that?
Through you, Madam Chair, and with all due respect, our role in this particular matter is to bring forward the experience that we have in administering and enforcing this particular bylaw. And while we understand that it is very important to residents, we're just bringing the options forward.
Thank you. Now, in terms of permeable materials, we have the existing regulations under the Municipal Code, Chapter 918, which was implemented in 2006 as a result of what I just spoke about. And the current applications are the full in compliance, the ones that they apply and appeal and we go through the process. Are those people complying with the requirements if the application goes through the community council?
So through you, Madam Chair, the compliance that you're referencing is through the permeable paving requirement, and that component is being complied with.
Thank you. My next question is, the City of Toronto is big, and I'm going back to one size doesn't fit all. We have in parts of New York, Etobicoke, Scarborough, we have big lots with circular driveways that accommodate multiple cars and residential parking lots for 4, 6, 8 cars. But they do not comply with these very environmentally friendly materials that we're asking, and that are part of the problem in terms of the stormwater. What are your thoughts on that? We have a lot of input from Toronto Water in terms of embracing the stormwater system for the applications that were approved in different parts of the city, but we're not saying anything about the real problem, where the real problem is. Can you please elaborate on that? That's the key of the issue overall when we are dealing with this problem. That's a huge, complex problem in the City of Toronto. I really need to hear about that, because that's going to be the huge issue of City Council.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. What we were asked to look at in terms of the green infrastructure component was what is the contribution of existing permit parking pads to the green, in compliance or not in compliance with the wet weather flow, and how much that was an impact based on the amount of impervious surface that those pads added to the inventory, not citywide in terms of all the impervious surface.
So if there was a request, actually, I put a missive, a letter before you and the members of the committee as well to look into it. If that comes in a way of a notice of motion to City Council to deal with that, and to ask city staff to look into options to come back, and perhaps to look at the whole thing citywide in terms of how do we deal with this friendly environmentally and embrace the climate change and the whole thing that my friends here, they'll be speaking about it. Would that be in order?
Through you, Madam Chair, with respect to, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're talking about driveways that exist through citywide.
And they are being built.
Existing driveways as opposed to parking pads, which has got a slightly different definition. And so what I'd say is, I think it would be difficult for transportation and Toronto Water to look at that in isolation. We'd have to talk to planning and buildings, because they're really the entities that are involved in looking at the lot design and what gets put on and what are the rules for that. Toronto Water doesn't get involved in designing that component, the driveways, et cetera. All we do is put the guidelines to say what are good materials to use and what are our recommendations and suggestions as part of that process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next questioner is Councillor Karajanis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to staff. There's two situations that need to be addressed. I think it's this people parking on the aprons and people parking behind the aprons. Is transportation responsible for both those infractions?
Through you, Madam Chair, so the portion that you're referring to as the apron, the boulevard between the sidewalk and the roadway, that's a parking enforcement issue. That would be an unauthorized parking location. We deal with the portion back of the sidewalk in front of the main front wall of the building.
So the portion between the sidewalk and the house, that's transportation that looks after it and issues enforcement bylaws and the infractions, or is that bylaw under the MLS?
So the portion back of the sidewalk is enforced by transportation through the transportation standards officers, and if they observe an infraction, they are authorized to issue a Part 1 offense notice.
So between the sidewalk and the street, the portion called the apron, am I hearing correct that your officers do not give tickets to?
That portion is enforced by the parking enforcement unit.
And not by you?
It is not licensed under our
I'm going to ask one
program.
more time through the chair. Are you absolutely sure that your bylaw officers do not issue tickets on the apron?
We don't issue tickets for the apron portion. No. No, we should not be issuing tickets for that portion.
Then I will tell Mr. Pursley in Scarborough not to do it. This is what you're telling me, because this has been done out in my part of the world.
We will speak with staff.
Would he be not following the practices that you've set out through the chair?
I know.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, we will speak to staff about that.
Yeah.
The staff then is wrong issuing tickets. Any person that, through the chair, anybody that has received a ticket shouldn't have to pay for it. This is what you're telling me.
If I could ask the Deputy City Manager to address
I
this.
think the point's been made by that counselor. The staff have got that point, and we'll action that accordingly.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions, Councillor?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask staff one more time because I'm confused. I was told that the apron issue is something that transportation looks after, and then anything behind the sidewalk is something that MLS is issued by. I was told that by staff that are managers asking Scarborough. I'm confused with what I'm hearing here today. I'm just not sure what.
We'll attempt to clarify that messaging. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can I get clarification in writing of that, please, for the city manager? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next councillor is Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I guess first of all, with respect to the one-size-fits-all issue, the comments in the report are very interesting. So prior to the 70s start of front yard parking, the street-specific front yard parking that came into effect in the mid-70s, prior to that, we basically had a one-size-fits-all approach, did we not? We didn't have these, they didn't exist.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
And was that true of not only the legacy city of Toronto, but also other legacy cities?
That would be correct.
Okay, so at that point in time, one-size-fits-all did work and was fair and was equitable. The answer is just always no.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. So if I can turn to I'm looking at, it's not paginated. The types of unauthorized front yard parking pads page that shows us the wards where eligibility criteria has been eliminated at the request of the local councillor. In those wards, what now happens when someone comes in from that area and says, there's an old parking pad on my street, I want one too?
They are not eligible to apply in those particular wards.
And if you can't apply, then you can't appeal?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's how that's working in that area now. So I was also surprised in the report. I know in North York Community Council, there are only a few wards where there's an eligibility to appeal, and we deal with them every month. But so in the 10 years, since the 2007 change, there have only been 400 approved. So really, that's about 40 a year.
Through you, Madam Chair, through the community council process, that is correct.
Yes. So in preparing this report, was there an ability to look at, there are lots of refusals and then there are a few approvals. How much staff time transportation staff time is going into reviewing these appeals, preparing the reports, and sending someone to community council to speak to the report?
Through you, Madam Chair, probably in the neighborhood of about 14 full-time staff.
14 full-time staff are working on these appeals. And
Sorry, just to correct, through both the enforcement and the appeals.
right,
yes.
right. Okay. So 14 staff, enforcement and appeals. And right now they the report sort of indicates that after many years of doing front yard parking appeals, part of the problem is there are no more low-hanging fruit. Pretty much everything we're dealing with is a real difficult one.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Okay. And so are there areas in transportation evaluation and other areas to deal with, traffic calming, warrant evaluation and such? Are there other areas in transportation where we are in fact under-resourced and these 14 full-time staff could be doing things that affect our journeys and driving and car ownership in other ways with those 14 full-time staff?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are a couple of areas that come to mind in my short time here that have some, could benefit from some additional resourcing, including traffic investigations and construction oversight, construction zone oversight.
Right, so construction oversight and investigations would include things like when there are accidents and a counselor says, I want this evaluated, aggressive driving situations where residents say we got to get rid of these cars on our street. Those are the types of investigations we're talking about.
Through you, or warrant investigations.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions for now, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Nunziata, you're next.
Thank you. Okay, so I agree that one size does not fit all. I mean, we're going back to the 70s. But just on that point that Councillor Carroll, she indicated 14 staff. But what I want to know is what is the total revenue that you generate from front yard parking applications, appeals, and their fee for their original application? The report that came forward in 2003 was that the revenue that was generated from front yard parking and legalizing front yard parking was to pay for the additional 14 staff. Am I correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, at that time, that was for the additional 5 staff, and you are correct.
Right, and it was the revenue. So what is the total revenue that you collect in front yard parking pads, legal, appeals, and applications? What is the total revenue?
The average front yard parking pad, if you were to do the application, the appeal process, and so forth,
But what's the total to the city in revenue a year?
well, in total revenue, and this includes the annual fees for those
Right,
permits,
annual fees,
be in the
yes.
neighborhood of $4 to $5 million.
Thank you. $4 or $5 million. Now, just a question. Why is it legal for residents, and I have a few in my ward, that they can pave their whole backyard? Remove all the grass and pave their whole backyard and park?
It is. Through you, Madam Chair, that would be a question better answered by city planning on zoning and lot coverages.
Okay,
because
people are doing that. They're paving their whole back, they're removing grass and paving their whole, they don't have to apply for an application, they don't have to appeal. So can you explain to me the amnesty? Now, if people have a front yard parking pad and then they sell their house and unfortunately they haven't paid their annual fee, and then they sell it, somebody buys it, and they're parking there for 5-10 years, and then suddenly the city goes, oh, this is illegal, and they didn't know, they bought the house, nobody told them, it wasn't transferred. So can you tell me, how can we track that down? Because a lot of real estate agents that are selling these homes are not disclosing that it's a front yard parking pad and there's an annual fee and it's illegal or legal. How do we track that, and how can
So through you, Madam Chair, there's two components to that. Through the due diligence of the lawyer that is doing the land transfer from one property owner to the other, we do have what's called an information process where they actually write to the city and ask whether or not there are any outstanding work orders or specific information related to that property that the city may have, and we provide that information. The only secure way to properly ensure that a lawyer not only has done their due diligence, but that the new property owner is fully aware would be to register that parking pad on title.
Okay, well, we know that that's not happening. So what about some of these planning applications that are going to the Committee of Adjustment, and that the committee, when they're severing properties, and the Committee of Adjustment approves the application, condition that they have to go to Community Council and legalize the front yard parking pad. And then it comes to Community Council and the approval, the individuals received approval to build this house, but we're saying no to front yard parking.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Committee of Adjustment has no jurisdiction to authorize front yard parking within the public right-of-way portion. They do have the authority to do so on private property, at which time the applicant would then come to us, being transportation, to provide them vehicular access to that parking on private property.
Well, we had one at Community Council last month where it got Committee of Adjustment approval. There was a motion that was made, I believe, by Councillor McMahon last year, I believe, where her concern was, and we had concerns as well, is the number of front yard parking pads where people are not paying. So what is the status of that, and how many applications have you been able to enforce to get people online as far as paying for the front yard parking? That's a frustration.
So as we indicated earlier in the presentation, there's about 4,000 locations throughout the city of Toronto that at one point in time would have been licensed for front yard parking privileges. Those locations that choose no longer to pay or would want to eliminate their license, staff do routinely visit those locations. If there's illegal parking taking place, then it is dealt with through our enforcement component. Otherwise, there is no current initiative to have them remove that and replace it to green space.
But how do you track that down?
That's your last question.
By looking at when the invoices are sent out every year that they haven't sent in their check? Is that how, so what is the process? How do you track that down?
So through you, Madam Chair.
Because there's thousands out there. We're not going to send staff out to every street.
That is correct. So when the invoicing does go out at the beginning of the year, those invoices that come back that are unpaid, those develop into what we refer to as an enforcement list, and that is given to the enforcement staff to go out and commence the inspection/enforcement of those files.
Okay, Councillor Davis, thank you very much, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Davis, did you have your hand up? I thought you did. I did. Okay, go ahead, please.
I just want to ask about the questions. Your report did not have options in it. So when you said you brought forward options, and then when I see you have options in the presentation, I'm wondering, what is the status of these options? There were things you looked at and rejected?
Through you, Madam Chair, the one option that was provided and
No, there's
discussed-
three. I'm sorry. I wish
Yes.
these were numbered. There's option 1, 2, 3, 4 options on how to deal potentially with unauthorized front yard parking.
That is correct. So those options were reviewed. We wanted to make members aware that we reviewed those particular options. However, we decided to come forward with one option.
And the one option is the only ones that are grandparented are the ones that are currently legal or have applied, and those applications are complete.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. So those locations that are currently licensed or those individual properties that are currently in the queue that have made a valid application.
So the 4,000 that are previously licensed, no longer paying fees, What's the status, what is your proposal going to do with those ones?
Those are not part of this proposal that's being brought forward at this time. Those become an enforcement matter. And they're ongoing.
That doesn't include the thousands that were built that weren't previously licensed either.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you're next.
Thank you very much. First, I have a planning-related question. So, there are some streets in Toronto where there are many of these, and on fairly narrow lots. Having a whole string of curb cuts and parking spaces down a residential street, would you consider that good urban design?
Through you, Madam Chair. Generally speaking, no, and generally the policy framework and the zoning bylaw framework discourages front yard parking and seeks to prevent front yard parking in contexts such as that, in order to preserve the character of traditional streetscapes across the city. There was an image of a document produced in the mid-90s by the former City of Toronto that was in the Transportation Services presentation that dealt with neighborhood streetscapes, and that study, in fact, was the basis for many of the zoning bylaw provisions that are enforced today.
Thank you. To Toronto Water, these so-called semi-permeable surfaces, how do they perform compared to just a straight lawn or a regular front with bushes and flowers and plants and so on?
Through you, Madam Chair. With respect to the differences between it, grass and open gardens are always the best. But from a technical perspective, the difference, or what we call the runoff coefficients that are prescribed by the modelers. For grass, we use a number of 0.25 runoff, and for the permeable pavement, the institute, and let's be fair, this is the industry itself, has calculated it being 0.3, so slightly worse, not as good as grass.
So 20% worse?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I don't know if I'm nervous about another set of questions we have, Madam Chair. I'm going to seek your guidance. I have some curiosity from the legal department about whether or not there's a natural justice issue in the way we deal with this. Is that something I should get asked here or in camera, or maybe ask for a report to council?
I have similar thoughts and questions around that. So is it okay if we just ask it publicly?
I think you can ask and we'll see if that's something.
Yeah, so
so why don't you start?
To the legal staff, I sit on Toronto East York Community Council, and honestly, there are days when it's a roll of the dice about whether you're going to get approved or not. And I think we could find examples of very nearly identical applications that had different outcomes. Are there issues of natural justice in the way we handle this?
Actually, I believe that our community councils, as does council, has the right to make decisions based on whatever they want to take into account. So I don't know that that would be a particular issue.
So have we had instances in the last 6 months where, for a legal reason, Toronto East York Community Council had to approve a parking pad that it didn't want to because of a nearby precedent?
It really depends on the individual circumstances. There are certain circumstances that, again, if you want to discuss particular cases, we might have to go in camera and do that. But generally speaking, a politically elected body has the right to make the decisions based on its own beliefs and its own opinions. There are, of course, limitations to that, and if there's a specific case you have in mind, we would have to go in camera potentially to talk about that.
So maybe, Madam Chair, because I can think of some specific cases, we might want to make sure that when this gets to council, the appropriate legal staff are there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are you finished then? Okay, your time's up. All right, so who was next? I think it was Councillor DeGiorgio was next.
Okay, I just have one concern, and then I have another question. My concern is I have expressed at council, because when I made a request to allow parking pads in a portion of my ward, which is the old city of York, where a lot of situations were being brought to community council. And what happened was applications were being made, people had to pay a fee, and because of the regulations that are in place, basically saying, no, you can't have a pad, but you can appeal to the community council. And then the appeal cost them more money. And what I was saying was, look, can we compress this thing? Can we have an application? Once somebody makes an application for a parking pad, can it go directly to community council so that we at least save people some money? I mean, at the end of the day, the decision is made by community council. So that was one concern that I had. And then the second question that was just brought to my attention by one of my neighbors here was, you know what, with the eventual reliance on more and more electric cars, the question is if somebody doesn't have a garage and doesn't have a parking spot close to their home, we're going to see people putting plugs in from their home and running it out to the street so that they charge their cars overnight. So that's another concern going forward. So,
Yeah, good question.
so those are just concerns more than anything else. Thank you.
That wasn't really a question. Did you? Oh, okay. Do you have a question for him? Councillor Lee has a question.
How will they
for
charge
you.
their cars and how will people react to that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe
that
in
was
Scarborough,
actually
they
that
won't
was
buy-
actually a speech, but all right. It was a kind of a question. So do you want an answer? Or was it rhetorical? Was it rhetorical? Councillor DeGiorgio? Okay, let's move on. I think that's all our visiting councillors. Councillor Fletcher had asked to speak, but she's not here. So we're going to move to inside committee. And Councillor Carmichael Grubb had asked first to go. So Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you. Are you aware of any human rights complaints that have come up because parking pads have been denied?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we are aware.
And is there a chance that these types of complaints could go up if we outright ban parking pads for people who do need them?
I can only indicate that the number of complaints of that nature is very minimal, and I can't speak to whether that number would go up, but obviously the likelihood would be yes.
Okay. On the page of challenges about the appeal process, you have in 2015 that there were 82 appeal reports to Community Council. How many actual applications were there?
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, there was approximately 164 applications that year.
Okay. And I mean, I've done a lot of research on permeable surfaces myself, just because in North York, most of the parking pads that go through Community Council are mine. And why would we just not mandate that we have fully permeable surfaces for parking pads rather than an outright ban? I mean, I know that it's part of the stormwater management, and but there are cases where, in fact, these surfaces are more permeable than the 50% required landscaping that we need.
So through you, Madam Chair, that requirement that all front yard parking pads, all new front yard parking pads must comply with the new criteria in the bylaw, that requirement is specifically outlined that it must be a permeable material, as the bylaw stands now.
Right, but why would we not still move forward, instead of banning parking pads, why would we, if people are putting in permeable surfaces that are, in a lot of cases, more permeable than grass, why are we looking at an outright ban if stormwater management is an issue?
Through you, Madam Chair, just to correct a comment there. Permeable pavement is not more permeable than grass. Grass, as I answered earlier, has a better runoff coefficient. And so from that standpoint, I think the policy is saying if you're going to allow parking pads from a policy perspective, the preference would then be to use this type of material. I believe that the discussion on banning it outright has other issues on top of just the stormwater issue of why you might want to ban parking pads throughout the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next on our list was Councillor Mamalady. You're next.
So there are complaints moving forward to where? The courts? Where are they? Are there complaints moving forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, we'd have to refer that to the legal department to do a verification. However, to our understanding, there's only 2 that we're currently dealing with at this time.
So why are we attempting to change policy if we haven't determined whether or not what we're doing is actually accurate in the court's eyes or in any body that's making any decision?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, the city has a right to regulate its public right-of-way, and I can't get into the particulars of the 2 matters that are before the courts. However, when it comes to bylaws and when it comes to regulations for parking, we definitely have that authority to make amendments, to implement programs, or to cancel programs.
Do you have the mandate from council to write to everyone that holds a parking spot, approved parking spot, and let them know of the changes that everyone here is trying to implement? In other words, are you writing to the people that do have their parking spots approved and letting them know that there could be some changes coming?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we are not.
Why not?
The city is constantly amending bylaws on a daily basis that are affecting all the citizens of the city of Toronto. And we have the right to do so, and there is no requirement for public notification of this nature. But the agenda is public, and any member of the public can access that.
But wouldn't it make sense, knowing that they could lose a lot of money with decisions that we make, to advise them that council is contemplating this kind of change?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, we're not proposing to affect any of the locations that are currently licensed. Those locations would be grandparented, and those licenses would continue. So we would not be losing money from that aspect.
So you're not suggesting, even indirectly, that the asphalt be replaced with some other fabric?
Well, through you, Madam Chair, no. We're not recommending to go back and impose on residents that currently have a legally licensed front yard parking pad that met the compliance requirements at the time that it was licensed, that they now convert to a permeable material.
All right. You have said that your estimates have any one parking spot in Toronto worth $30,000 more on a house. That's accurate?
So through you, Madam Chair, yes, as a rounded off number of 3% according to MPAC of the total value of the property.
So the decisions made by politicians in the past have increased the value of these homes by $30,000.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to clarify, the $30,000 is on a home that's valued at $1 million, so it's 3% of the total.
So most homes in Toronto. So the city council, the politicians have moved policy that has increased those homes by $30,000.
Through you, Madam Chair, as I understand, the intent of the policy was not to impact property values.
Not what I asked. Indirectly or directly, we've increased those houses by $30,000.
That is our understanding.
So when a neighbor next to one of them decides, you know what, this makes sense for me too, and not just for parking, but for the value of my house, what we're about to do here now, if we reject any more applications, is basically tell those neighbors that don't have one, that they can't and don't have the same right as the other neighbor.
Through you, Madam Chair, the requirements for the parking pad are, the person who meets the requirement for the parking pad has moved to license that pad and therefore has that value added. Not all site conditions are the same or equal,
But
even in
what
a
we're-
side-by-side.
What we're saying here in your
requirement.
recommendations are that no other applications be accepted. So nobody can apply for them anymore if this goes through today.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
So we're telling another neighbor who might want a parking spot, and yes, even the value of their home to go up by the same as their other neighbor, that they can't do that.
Without speaking specifically to the value of the home, we are saying that you cannot have a front yard parking pad, yes.
And that's a direct, last question.
Yeah.
That's a very direct impact to anyone, financially as well, with one decision that we're making in council. And is there no legal implications to doing something like that? Would the courts not see that as a problem, that the same body who made the decision give it years ago, is now saying, we're going to take you and tell you no, and you're not allowed to do it and raise the value of your home even?
In fact, the answer to that is, again,
Yeah.
council regularly makes decisions that may affect property values in all sorts of different ways, and that's a standard practice of council, and that's council's authority to do so.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. Our next counselor is Counselor Holliday. 5 minutes, Counselor Holliday.
Thank you. I just wanted to start with some numbers. If I got it correct that there's 17,000 parking pads in the city right now?
You, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Okay, and then how many of them are, or how many pads are there that are not licensed? So you call them pirate pads, whatever you want, like they've been installed without going through the administrative process at the city.
You, Madam Chair, approximately 8,000 that have been installed without prior permission, and approximately 4,000 that were licensed at one point that are currently not licensed.
Okay, so we've got 17,000 right now that have the license. They're paying a fee, is that right?
That is correct.
What do they pay?
Approximately $250
Okay,
annually.
year over year, and presumably those pads meet the requirements of Chapter 918, all those physical characteristics, or at least the characteristics at the time. So they were built
That is correct.
to our specification.
So they would have been built to the specification, to the bylaw that was applicable at that point in time.
Okay, or a very small proportion of them might have been given relief at community council for some aspect, but a very small sliver of those 17,000, would that be correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, of the 8,000 that are out there, knowing that you haven't inspected them, would you guess that the vast majority fail to meet all of the characteristics that are prescribed by 918?
Through you, Madam Chair, having both administered and enforced all previous bylaws to 918, I would say yes. to
Yeah,
a
so
certain
there's some
degree.
flaw, that's why they're not just trying to beat the money, but there is also some issue that doesn't mean that it's a slam dunk to come in and get permission on that pad.
That is correct.
Okay, how many applications do you get per year that you say, from a staff perspective, administratively, yeah, look, yeah, check mark, you know, you've got the landscaped area, you've got the setback from the tree, crib cut parking. How many do you approve every year?
So on average, if we were to take around an average of 150 applications per year, approximately 2/3 of those, or to 60%.
So in the report, it said something about 400 applications were approved over the last 10 years.
That is correct. Those were ones that were actually licensed, and that was
Licensed.
through the appeal process.
They met all the criteria, they were approved by you. So we're talking about 40 pads a year on a volume of 17,000. Would it be fair to say that it's consistent over the last 10 years? Like, we're at the end of the run here. We don't have many locations that are available for parking pads. Is that fair?
So it has been a consistent up and down, but for the most part steady, but at a very low number.
Okay, would I be correct in saying the surface area of a parking pad is about 14 square meters, so 2.3, 2.4 wide by 5.6, 5.7 meters?
That would be correct. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to figure out the area. And then of the ones that get to community council, because I know we all go through those and we experience the stress of that, what are some of the categories that people seek relief on?
So through you, Madam Chair.
We did an assessment of the 3 years, 2014 through 2016, to address that issue. So the 205 reports for appeals that went to community council, the top 4 reasons were for refusals. The landscape requirement not being met was 110. Permit parking existing on the street was 102 locations. Failure to meet tree clearances was 42 locations, and the width of the mutual driveway not being adequate was 21 locations. So predominantly, the landscaping requirements not being met and the existence of permit parking on the street.
So I want to just talk quickly about that. The existence of permit parking on the street, I believe the threshold is that you would like to see a subscription rate of 90% or greater of available parking on the street. That means that of, XYZ spots that you've got in the database, you would like to see at least 90% reflected in the permit numbers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Otherwise, you give it a thumbs down, you say, I'm sorry, there's available parking out there. What has been the experience of the local councillors or the complaints to you with respect to that data gathering exercise? Do they feel that it's accurate and that, there's 10% spots on a Friday night, I can come home and park my car, or do people actually have trouble?
Through you, Madam Chair, people have expressed that they have trouble finding a space to park.
Great, okay. And the last thing is that we do polls, right? We poll the neighbors, and from time to time, those polls are close, and from time to time, they're not.
That is correct.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'm going to ask a few questions. Councillor Lee, go ahead, please. You go first, and I'll go after.
Thank you very much. So let me confirm that if a person, we are not taking any provisions here for electric vehicles, that if a person is
Through you, Madam Chair, this report does not address electric vehicle charging.
This doesn't. So if somebody needs to have a charging station in front of their house, they cannot buy an electric vehicle.
Through you, Madam Chair, as I mentioned, the report doesn't specifically address this issue. The general situation that I've seen in other cities is that when people buy an electric car, they need to find a way to charge it. So typically, people will run that power from their house.
Okay, with a long cord. Okay, thank you.
That was quick. When I read this report, the most significant point in it, in my mind, is that your staff are saying that the majority of properties that would qualify for front yard parking have already been approved or constructed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's really the theme, and to me, it's the crux of this whole debate. They've already been approved or constructed that would qualify. Also, you identify there's long-term negative impacts on the environment. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Councillor, can you repeat
That there's long-term negative impacts on the environment. Parking pads contribute to long-term negative impacts on the environment.
Through you, Madam Chair, impervious surface is not as environmentally friendly as pervious surface.
And just to the General Manager of Water, we often see tweets after there's a rainfall saying, don't swim in the lake. Why is that?
Madam Chair, that's because in the older part of our city with the combined sewers, we can overwhelm the sewers with rainwater, and it has some sewage in it, and it will discharge into some of our creeks and into Lake Ontario, which then contaminates it for a period of time.
So does more pavement and concrete hard surfaces add to this, contribute to that problem you're experiencing?
So the surcharging that we see in our sewers results from a quicker runoff from properties and hard surfaces throughout the city, which then overwhelms the sewers more quickly. So if more rain is retained on properties or in ponds or on grass and absorbed in the ground, there is less of a surcharge on the sewer, so it should lessen the impact then to the environment.
And so you feel these weather events are on the increase, and we're going to see more of them, and the infrastructure we have in place maybe isn't updated to the point that the pipes are big enough to accommodate this, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, the evidence is showing that the storms, high-intensity storms are happening more frequently than they did in the past, and that is the issue we're dealing with, is the peak rain events. And so our infrastructure was not designed to handle these, the frequency of these peak rain events, and that's what we're seeing throughout the city, is the surcharging impacts.
Okay, can I just confirm with transportation staff, Councillor Carroll and Councillor Denzelman and Wong moved this original motion in 2015. Is that correct? It is correct. And it is currently June of 2017. So we've waited a long time to kind of see your perspective on this. This must be well researched. Your report must be well researched, given that there's been that much time allocated to this. Look into it.
Been a fair amount of research that's been done, yes.
Okay. Would this curb illegal pads if we put this in place, just because obviously they wouldn't be allowed? Would that be an immediate assistance to staff to identify illegal parking pads?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you agree, because this is certainly my perspective on NYCC, that it is a bit of a, I think my colleague called it a roll of the dice, I would call it willy-nilly in how they are being, I think mine is superior. But do you not agree that it's, you know, that it's just sometimes can feel a bit political versus otherwise?
That would be a fair statement.
Okay, and then I guess I'd ask our new general manager in Seattle, where you've come from, or other U.S. cities, not to put you on the spot, but are councillors making these types of decisions, or is it more administrated through the bureaucracy and staff?
So Seattle, as a charter city and a mayor-strong government, has a very different system of governance and has a lot of delegated authority to the directors of departments and to staff related to changing bylaws and implementing programs.
Okay, thank you. And does this remove on-street parking? I think that's something residents aren't really aware of. When you put in these curb cuts to put parking pads in place, I don't think residents have a clue that it impacts on-street parking. Does it?
Yes, if permit parking is on the same side of the street, it could remove up to 2 on-street permit parking spaces, potentially.
Okay, my last question, because I'm running out of time, is the trees. Is often a tree a victim in some of these parking pads, or do they serve as a conflict point?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. 42 of the appeals that we referenced earlier out of the 205 that went to Community Council failed to meet tree protection zone clearances.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move to speakers on this item. Oh, Councillor Holiday, you want to speak, but you don't get to because we have guest speakers first. You eventually will. But we'll go with our guest speakers first. So who would like to speak first? Councillor? Okay, I will indeed. Councillor Palacio, you had said earlier you would like to speak on this as well? Okay. Okay, so we've got Councillor Karygiannis put up his hand first, then Councillor Carroll. And you'd mentioned, do you want to go next then? And then Councillor Perks, Councillor Nunziata, and then we'll go to our committee members. So Councillor Karygiannis, you can start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I listened to some numbers with great interest, and I have to tell you, if I was to drive around in my part of the world, those numbers do not add up. I have about 11,000 homes. I would guesstimate that are anywhere between 45 to 50%, and I'm sure in Councillor Lee's ward, we have extended driveways, people to extend their driveways to include 3 and 4 cars. Some of our homes look like parking lots in front. And I can sympathize with the folks downtown that want, or in wards where people do not have laneways and they want to have pads parking in front of their property. I understand that the value of the house might go up, but I'm sure that this does not translate in all the parts of the world. So listening to some of the numbers this morning, I flabbergasted that we don't take into account the number of homes that have extended driveways. In our part of the world, you can fix your driveway corresponding to your garage. You're allowed 20-inch. Thank you, Councillor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You're allowed 20 inches of a walkway, but people sometimes have walkways that are 3 and 4 meters. And when the bylaw officer comes by, it's just a walkway. And then when you go by at night, it is a parking space. So I thank staff for bringing this report forward. I certainly have difficulties up in my part of the world regarding extended driveways and parking, as a lot of people in Scarborough do. I have great difficulty with apron parking, and I want to thank the enforcement officers, both yours, Madam Chair, through you to the Commissioner, the General Manager, as well as the enforcement folks that are out there enforcing the tickets. Sometimes when you have people that want extended parking, it's either because the family is growing and our young ones are moving in with us, or that we have problems that people are renting different levels. And in some parts of the world, we got the rooming houses that the parking spaces are there to address the need for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, next is Councillor Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for reminding people how long ago we moved this. In North York Community Council, there are only a few slivers of a few wards where this is even possible. And we often are put in the awkward position of having to be mean to the constituents of Councillor Carmichael Greb, mean to the constituents of Councillor Robinson, mean to the constituents of Councillor Cole. What drives myself and my seconder, the deputy mayor, crazy is that mean for a myriad of different reasons, and incredibly arbitrary and incredibly time consuming. And yet every North York Community Council, we know that we are still waiting, and we are not that day considering things that should be considered, because we're still waiting the months and months and months in the queue to have warrant investigations. At the meeting where I was particularly short-tempered about it, I just had a death and still hadn't had the evaluation I needed to take care of a pedestrian death that was happening in exactly the same spot where a death had happened just 9 months before, in the same spot. And getting the resources to look at bigger solutions for that, we're hampered by consistently flatlining budgets since 2010, but really more than that, directing resources to the wrong places. This is a convenience situation, taking budget and resources away from saving lives. And just this morning, we listened to data gathered by the OPP that aggressive driving and problems on the actual road, the things that we really want transportation to be addressing and as quickly as possible, are not possible in the current budget constraint when we continue to deal with this situation in the most time-consuming and arbitrary of fashions. There is good news in this report, that people do comply with the permeable surface requirements in those that are already licensed, that as a result of being as firm as we have been thus far, there's even good news in the area of stormwater runoff. Those are good things to hear. But as the chair has already indicated, I agree with you, Madam Chair, the most compelling thing in this report is what is really bothering staff now is that those that are easy to approve have already been approved, have already been licensed. And now we're down to the ones that are completely time-consuming. I know that Councillor Prutza is not at all interested in what I have to say, but that's not unusual. The really time-consuming applications are the only ones left. So there's only about 40 a year, but wasting a disproportionate amount of staff time, councillor staff time, and council session time. when what we should be dealing with are those things that actually cause fatalities, those things that cause us accessibility issues. That, to me, was the most compelling deputation today, and that is not compromised by adopting the recommendations of staff today. That will still be possible when you have an individual accessibility issue, an accessibility van, some sort of difficulty. That's not compromised by adopting today the staff recommendations. Would that I was a member of Works again, because that's what I would be doing. Councillor Palacio is right to point out that I was chair when we made the slight administrative changes that we made in 2007 to try and make this a more equitable and a more consistent approach. It didn't work. It hasn't worked. And if it did work for some outstanding applications that needed to be appealed at that time, they've done now. And a decade later, all of the applications you hope to address in a fair way based on that change in 2007 have been made. And we're now left with those that are just incredibly difficult, that are not to do with accessibility or disability, but that are really just about, I want to ramp up the value of my house. That is really what it's about. And quite frankly, when we have an application in North York Community Council and the argument is, I have 7 cars, I say, come on up to Ward 33, where I have 70-foot lot frontages and driveways that 4 cars fit on. I feel for you, but we have to address policy in a fair and equitable manner. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my comments, because I can't actually move staff recommendations in this forum.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. And now we're going to go to Councillor Palacio. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did send a letter to you as chair and also to the members of the committee, and I had a recommendation number 2, that in case if this item is deferred, to city staff to come back with a further report, or that recommendation number 2 in my missive to be also referred to city staff. And so hopefully that someone could take carriage of that motion. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was listening carefully to the comments of Councillor Carroll, and just the major changes that took place with regards to the municipal code, Chapter 19, and also to the zoning provisions when a joint meeting of the Planning Transportation Committee and the Works Committee took place on May the 30th, 2006. That was something that clearly set the mark for something new in terms of embracing exactly what City Council was looking for. And that was to deal with the stormwater runoffs and the risk of basement flooding. And that was something that I think that members of council, including Councillor Carroll, she did speak to it, passionately about it, for City Council to endorse that. And that's exactly what City Council, in its wisdom, adopted, the recommendations that are in place. In many cases, front-yard parking applications, as it relates, at least I'm going to talk in relation to my ward, comes from physically disabled people, senior citizens, and people who are aging, mainly. In terms of community input, community consultation, it's extremely important. For me, it's extremely important to consult with the community, and that's done in different ways, through petitions, and then the city does the polling. If the polling is in favor, and then, of course, we have the application in the appeal process. And one of the things that I do regularly is I have side meetings with city staff every time that there is an application for front-yard parking. First, we go and check. I want to get the opinion from city staff to make sure that that's feasible to begin with in terms of complying with the landscaping open space, in terms of complying with accessibility aspect and losing parking spaces on the road and so on. So then we go through the process. These applications cost people about $1,200. And to implement a friendly a friendly environmental application or parking pad, it costs about $5,000 to the applicants. And what's happening with that, my friends, is that slowly, but things are changing. The area is, for example, in my area is gentrifying tremendously. It's changing. And with all these enhancements that are taking place, that's setting up the pace for change. We have young people moving to the area, young professionals with small kids, which is great, but new demands as well. Not everybody has access to the subway station or to the LRTs. People need to drive. And we have some small pockets throughout the city of Toronto that, unfortunately, that we don't have the luxury like my friends in Scarborough or New York or some in Etobicoke have. Big lots, big driveways, so parking is not a problem. We have a tremendous problem in terms of parking. We have street parking, and that creates another problem during the winter months. But getting away from that, in 2006, you may recall at City Council, all these applications of front yard parking were dealt at City Council, and we had lengthy meetings there, lengthy meetings. And when the City of Toronto Act allowed City of Toronto, and mainly the local community councils, through delegated authority to deal with that, I think that gave the power to our residents to come and speak and to be heard. And with the help of city staff, their professional opinion, I think we've been moving forward in a very rational way. So I think that what's being proposed at the moment, it will take, it's going to be, I can see what's happening out there. Madam Chair, just give me, I just wanted to finish off by saying is that with the real estate activity that's taking place, I think this is an opportunity, even in terms of compliance, to enhance and to beautify our front yard parkings wherever they are and to get rid of the concrete. And the same rules should apply everywhere throughout the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. The report that we have before us, and as it was mentioned by staff, one size does not fit all. It doesn't address all the residents of Toronto. There are certain communities that are being targeted because, unfortunately, in Councillor Carroll's ward, probably, they have huge homes, long driveways. Yeah, so congratulations, Councillor Carroll, but we don't have that privilege in York, in City of Toronto, so you have to treat all residents equally. And to target our communities is wrong. So if you want to have it in your ward, go for it, go for it. Just like Toronto and East York. Toronto and East York recently, last year, when they wanted to reduce the speed limit to 30, all the other councillors didn't agree. You did it in Toronto. You did it at your community council. Fine.
You could
Power
address
to
the
you.
chair.
Power
You could
to you.
address the chair.
Yeah. So if you want it, if you don't want it, don't take it. But there are some parts of the community, of the city, that we need it. The homes are small homes. They don't have garage. They don't have private driveways. They don't have laneways. And unfortunately, they have nowhere to park their car. And for years, when we were City of York, that the issue that we had in York was that so many people just paved and just asphalted the parking pad, and they were not legal and they didn't pay. So what we were doing is enforcing the bylaw and getting everybody at least to be paying the annual fee. A lot of them were not paying the annual fee. I'm sorry, I can't speak when I got people talking here, please. And that was an issue for years. And then when we amalgamated, the issue was, and it was brought up in 2003, 2006, there are so many pads out there that are not legal. People have been parking on their pads for 20 or 30 years, and they're not paying the fees. So let's go out and enforce the bylaw and get people to pay. And that's what we did. And as it was mentioned by staff, we're getting over $5 million a year in revenue, not only for the annual fees that are annually increased, and we keep increasing those fees, is also for the application fee and the appeal. The problem that I have in particular in my ward is where there's existing pads that people have been parking for 20 or 30 years. They're parking there. Some of them have sold their homes. Some of them just parked there. They've never been legal. And then suddenly we come along and say, well, it's illegal. You have to apply. They weren't aware of it, so they are applying. But then they're told they have to appeal because the staff is going to refuse this, so they have to go through an appeal process. In the meantime, they've been parking there for 30 years, and it's been paved. And so we constantly get those applications coming through community council. And then we approve them, and because you can't refuse them once they've had a pad and they've been parking there for years. That's the challenge for all of us, and a lot of that in Etobicoke, York Community Council, those are the applications that come forward. A lot of them are coming forward from Councillor Doucette's ward as well that are the same as Councillor Palacio and I. Some of them are that they've received applications through the Committee of Adjustment to build a new home, and then they come to Community Council to legalize a front yard parking pad. So we're dealing with those issues. And as far as staffing, and Councillor Carroll mentioned staffing, well, when we started the enforcement in 2003 to collect all the revenue that the city was not collecting, the recommendation at the same time was hire additional staff to enforce the bylaw. The revenue that will be generated from legalizing all these pads, which would be millions of dollars, will pay for the staffing, the additional staffing that staff hired at that time. And that's the reason for the additional staffing that was hired at that time in 2003. So to ban it outright, it's in my opinion, is wrong. I think we need to work with all community councils, our residents, to approve a bylaw that fits everyone and not discriminate against some parts of the city and others. So I think that's very important to do, and if we need more information on it, then send it back for more information, but we cannot approve the recommendation that we have before us. It is, in my opinion, it is wrong, and it's not treating the residents of Toronto fairly.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perks, you're next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know that we're doing something wrong when a citizen has no idea whether or not they have the right to a parking pad. You know that the system doesn't work when someone applies, gets turned down because they don't meet a set of criteria, appeals to Toronto East York or North York Community Council, and as the chair said, gets a willy-nilly decision. Honestly, there is no set of criteria that you could apply and say, this is the way you have to go forward to get a parking pad. At Toronto East York Community Council, it literally depends on which councillors are in the room at what moment. And that is not a fair way to treat the citizens of Toronto. We should have rules that are clear, that people understand. They shouldn't have to gamble application fees of thousands of dollars and appeal fees without knowing what the rules are. That's just bad governance. It also is a process that sets neighbor up against neighbor. I don't know if this is the case in every community council area, but we get people coming in saying, I got pulled on this and I couldn't believe you were going to even consider giving someone this parking pad. Or I got pulled on this and I got one before, why doesn't my neighbor get it? This literally splits streets and makes people furious with each other. Now, I'm probably the only member of council here who was the councillor when a moratorium or ban was brought in their wards. I brought it in the first year of being a councillor. In that first period, I had those wars between neighbors and those people furious that they didn't know what the rules are. After I brought the moratorium in, peace in the valley. It's now completely clear, everyone knows the rules, neighbors are not fighting with each other. And People are now coming to the realization that it makes the neighborhood better. My area doesn't get a lot of basement flooding, but we get some. And people in my neighborhood understand that because we don't put in parking pads, we don't get as much. They also have come to appreciate that we have not only more attractive streetscapes, but safer streetscapes. When you have a series of cars parked perpendicularly to the street with curb cuts, they can't turn around and nose out and look carefully to see what's coming. They have to back out. And they have no line of sight as to what's coming down the street or who's on the sidewalk because there are all these other parked cars. That's why I have personal experience of witnessing a car backing out of a parking pad and running over a child. Now, it wasn't fatal, won't be at those speeds, but when you configure a street this way, you put children and all the other users of the sidewalk and road at risk. Now, Councillor Lee raised an interesting point that I think is worth addressing. Is front yard parking the way that we're going to solve the electric vehicle charging issue? I want to answer that 4 quick points. First, we don't solve the gasoline filling problem by giving everyone a gas pump on their front yard. Second, the latest information we have, and this came to TAF after you left, Councillor Lee, is that fast charging is the more ecologically and time efficient. But you can't do fast charging at home because the amount of current you have to run blows out your home electrical system. Third, we have to remember if we go for a strategy of providing charging at people's homes, that only works for people who have front yards where they can charge. There are many, many, many residents of Toronto who will never be able to park their car adjacent to their house. So if we take that strategy, it will fail a lot of Torontonians. Fourth, and this is just a lovely piece of coincidence, upstairs right now, the Clean Air Partnership is holding its annual meeting. The Minister of Environment, Glenn Murray, is there, and he just said, literally half an hour ago, that part of the strategy they're looking at the province is using hydro poles to have charging. So the strategy that we want to pursue for fast charging cannot rely on providing parking pad access. It won't be as ecologically efficient, and it won't work for everybody. We're going to have to build a different infrastructure to accomplish that. Anyway, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Is Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I can tell you for 13 years I've been struggling with this. That's every year since I was elected, to try and resolve a very complex set of previous bylaws, because East York tried to tackle this 3 different times. And there are people out there who have permits that are called the gold permits, which means in perpetuity free of charge. There are those that have permits that East York issued. There are those that came into compliance, or actually very few, after the 2007 Chapter 918 changes. And there are those that every single year there is sidewalk work and road resurfacing that illegal parking pads get curb cuts, because our road contracts say replace what's there. And I look with amazement at all of the curb cuts to illegal parking pads that continue to get installed by the City of Toronto. So that, I think, is a problem. Secondly, we approved a report at the City of Toronto last year, 2 years ago, approved a study to look at green development standards for resident, excuse me, colleagues, it's very hard to hear even myself. We approved doing a looking at green development standards for residential properties. We have looked at green infrastructure standards we're about to introduce for all of our public realm transportation and road projects, or water projects. Unfortunately, City Council shelved the stormwater charge last week. But all of these initiatives are intended to look at how we make all of the property in the City of Toronto, both public and private, more permeable to address at source our stormwater problems. We have to address our stormwater issues in the City of Toronto, and we cannot continue to pave over front yards. We can't. Now, this is a lot more complex than I think this report even addresses. And one of the concerns I have is that all of the illegal parking pads out there are going to be left for enforcement. We know that they don't get enforced, and there are people who are paying nothing, who have no permissions, and who are parking on their front yards, and who will continue to. So I do think we have to address this problem, but I do not want it to be done now on the floor of council other than what is in this report. I support this report. Stop the front yard parking pads everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Allow the ones that are already in the queue to follow the current process. And then let's step back and look at what we do about the remaining ones that are illegal. Because the solutions are complicated, but we can't continue to leave the unfairness, the inequity that is out there right now. For me, I could see looking at maybe a set of standards that said, all right, you want to legalize your front yard parking pad? You've got to make it net, at the end of the day, more green space than there was before. 2, you must have the downspout disconnect. 3, you must have a tree. 4, you must meet the other green development standards that we are going to introduce. Maybe. And 4, you pay. 5, you pay. And if you don't do that within a fixed period of time, then bang, we are enforcing. And everybody who is not permitted, it gets taken out. You must remove it. But there has to be some fairness that's introduced into this process, not now. Not now, in some really quick way. Adopt these recommendations, and then let's develop a process for how we evaluate. We get a business case from our staff that says this is what it will cost and this is how we'll do it. They've put in here a bunch of options. I don't think these are all the options, first of all. And I think we need to look at all the options before we do anything more about legalizing. So I would urge you, take these recommendations and put in place a process and not adopt some quick, let's legalize approach today, because I don't think it will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. I'm actually going to go next, and then Councillor Holliday is going to take the chair. So firstly, I would like to move staff recommendations and thank staff for those recommendations. This is clearly a well-researched and thought-through report. And why I know that is because this process started in 2015, as I said during my questions, with the former Public Works Chair and our Deputy Mayor, Denzelman and Wong, and Councillor Shelley Carroll, who had done work on this previously, on this item, by chairing a task force on it. Those 2 individuals were the ones who started this very important process to review this. It's well overdue to review this, given, as Councillor Davis talks about, the challenges we're facing across the globe. So I think it's important to just revisit this report quickly and again look at the most critical pieces and compelling pieces, as Councillor Carroll indicated. They are that the majority of properties that would qualify for front yard parking have already been approved or constructed. The other item that's very compelling here and important is the long-term negative impacts on the environment, which we heard about overwhelming the system, rain events, pollutants in the lake, which all of us want to be able to swim in our Great Lakes. So we have a responsibility around that. Some people say, well, permeable paving is the way to go, and that's part and parcel of some of our decisions in North York. But here's the rub. What I hear from landscapers is they play ball and they do all this permeable work. But at the base of all of that, they install concrete. The reason they do that is because they don't want to worry about weeds. And so how are we ever going to monitor what's way below all these various layers that we saw pictures of earlier if these landscapers are simply putting concrete? And landscapers have told us that this is happening across the city because people don't want to deal with weeds. The other thing that's most compelling about this report, and is clearly itemized in this report, is the challenges with administering the inconsistent and frequently modified bylaw, which I have really recaptured that comment and labeled it willy-nilly. This is unsettling for residents, for councillors, for staff. How one decision gets approved, the next doesn't. It depends on people's moods, their relationship with the applicant. All of that makes me feel very uncomfortable as a politician and a councillor, especially when we're looking at that this in fact impacts or increases people's values of their property. So I don't think really we should be overly involved in this because there is clearly, as we've seen, there's patterns and proof in this report that there's inconsistent and frequently modified decision-making and related to the bylaw. I think there's cost savings to be had through and reducing red tape and bureaucracy by dealing with this. And again, I just want to emphasize the fact that some people are just doing this prior to selling their properties. So they know they're going to sell their property in the next year. They want to increase it. If they have a $2 million home, that's a substantial increase on the value of their home. And I actually don't think that's right. I also feel that as a city council, we have a responsibility to preserve the streetscape in our city and the character of our neighborhoods. And again, this is altering and changing this. It also impacts street parking, as we've heard from city staff today. I've also heard about when people put parking pads in, it creates a hard surface, it changes the grade of the property, and suddenly their neighbors' homes are flooding, the basements are flooding. And guess who gets involved in that? Once again, the city. So I think there's multiple reasons, rationales. I think it's high time we address this. This has gone on since 2015, and so I hope you'll support staff's recommendations that are before us, and as I said, I'll be moving those. Councillor Holiday, if you would take the chair. Thank you. And you're the only other one on the list, but I'm guessing everybody would like to speak.
I hope so. Thank you. Do we have a speaker? Yes. I got Councillor Carmichael Greb first.
Thank you. I am going to take care of Councillor Palazzio's motion to defer the item indefinitely. Since being elected in 2014, one of the issues that I deal with a lot in my ward is parking pads. It's an issue that, yes, it divides residents on occasion, but a lot of people in my ward do have parking pads because parking on the street you can't park in the street. In the winter, it's a disaster because people have to put their cars on the street and the snowplows go down and there's then nowhere to park. So there are serious issues with it. I have a lot of people in my ward who can't get to work in the morning because it takes them too long because they don't have a transit system they can rely on. So they drive to work, which isn't the best way to do it. So they may have 2 cars instead of 1, or they may have 1 car instead of no cars. Just because there are only 40 applications that are approved a year doesn't mean that we should end this program. Maybe if we had, 2 years here where we had no applications that went through and then we'd have 10 one year, that might be more of a reason to look at this, but I don't think, since we are still consistently getting a number of applications every year, and have been over the last 10 years, it's been a consistent number, I don't think that's a reason to end this program. I was frankly very disappointed with the report that came out. I've been putting a lot of work into this since being elected, because I do have a lot of parking pads in my area, and people do rely on them, whether it's they need them because there is no parking on their street because they live on a busy street like Lawrence, or they have a disability and need to be parked close to their house. There are many reasons why people still need parking pads. So I believe that we still should allow it. We need to still allow it. And we need to look at the inefficiency of the process. The process to get a parking pad is one of the most inefficient processes I have ever encountered in the city. And I only know that because I've done it myself. There is, I mean, it's you put in an application with your drawings, which oftentimes are done professionally, and the city redraws them. I mean, there are things with this process that can save money and save time on that. And I think we should also be looking at driveways in the city and forcing homeowners to make those permeable. Driveways are more of a contributor to flooding and stormwater runoff than parking pads. Parking pads are a minute percentage of the stormwater runoff that we get in this city. So I will not be supporting staff recommendations today.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti?
So when I looked at this report, there were two things that popped out right away. The first one was I think it was out of order, and I made that statement earlier, and unfortunately it was ruled against me. I still think it's out of order for a lot of reasons. But now that it's been determined by the chair it's not out of order, then I was right on my second observation. It's another bonehead attempt from the city to pit neighbor against neighbor. And that's exactly what we're doing here. This is while these reports seem to be flowing out regularly and changing what the business has been at City Hall for years, at a time where neighbors are starting to argue with each other more and more and more, we just want to add fuel to the fire by writing these kinds of reports and agreeing to them as a council. I cannot agree that anything that comes out of council should be unfair, and this is unfair. It's unfair to any one neighbor. Oh, by the way, I need to move a motion that the General Manager of Transportation Services be requested to provide to the City Council a copy of all addresses with licensed parking spots. I'd like to see them for myself. I'd like to take a drive when I get the list and see it for myself and see which ones have the legal ones and which ones don't. So I hope that you can agree that all of us get those addresses so we can do that. So for me, it's about, and I don't believe, by the way, that the value of a parking spot in the city of Toronto is $30,000. I'm going to guess it's going to be in the tune of about $40,000 or $50,000, given what the value of the average condo parking spot is in Toronto, and the average parking spot in a condo is between $25,000 and $30,000. So I do not believe that it's 30. I believe it's $40,000 or $50,000. And the decisions that have made out of council in the past have been to increase the value of everyone's home by saying we're going to allow this to happen. So on some streets, the political decisions have been made that have increased the value of someone's property, and now with this report, people that want to have the same sort of driveway on their lot cannot and will not be allowed the same kind of approval by City Hall. And that to me is totally unfair. And I don't believe that we should be venturing into that. Some do. Some believe that that's what we should be doing. I don't. I I don't believe in front yard parking at all. In fact, I'm glad that in my neck of the woods, we don't allow it. North York doesn't allow it. And I just wish that we would have the courage in this place to, if that's what you want to do, is just to eliminate it completely. But you're not going to do that either. You know why? Because there will be so many appeals and court cases brought forward, and they'll win, because I think it's inconsistent with what we should be doing as a council. And I think that the precedent is probably going to be made once somebody wins in one of these cases, and they will. But you can just tell by the report itself, there's a map here, and even in the Toronto area, the Community Council, you've got everyone here except 2 of your wards that are asked to abide by this particular moratorium. Why is that? It's because these 2 councillors didn't want to buy into this whole argument, right? So it's been political right from day one. Even in the downtown community council, it's been political. And now you're asking all the rest of the city to become just as political with this. There's a lot of reasons why this should be out of order, Mr. Chairman. And today, you had a deputant here, sent here, she said it, not me, right? Sent here to depute on a product, and that was allowed in this forum. And the chair ruled that it's in order, and the lawyer said it's in order. As far as I am concerned, it should have been ruled out of order the minute that private company put their name on it, after listening to the deputant and saying that she was sent here to depute. Who was she sent by? She changed her mind. She said at the beginning she was sent by constituents and by some councillors.
Please wrap it up.
This smells to me. It smells in a lot of ways. It smells politically, smells like a horrible report, and I apologize to staff, but I think there's an agenda going on, and the war on cars is alive and well.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other members of committee? In that case, I'll go myself. I do have a motion to move. And if I could ask the clerk to put that up on the screen.
Are you passing the gavel again?
Yeah. As long as the clerks are okay with me speaking and I don't need to. Right? So I'm going to move my motion. I listened to this debate very carefully because I don't have parking pads in my ward. Perhaps I'm lucky. That's not a layer that I have to contend with, but I certainly see it at the Etobicoke York Community Council, and I see the stress and the sweat and the concern that people come into that room faced with. And I agree with what a lot of councillors have said with respect to the fairness at which this occurs. And what has troubled me is the grounds at which some of these parking pads are appealed upon and the way that we inconsistently grant them. So I don't have a problem with the current parking pad program. There are 17,000 pads which are approved. The beast already exists, and we're adding to that about 40 pads per year. It's not a large amount, and I believe the staff when they say that we've essentially saturated the city. There's a few locations that pop up here and there where they meet all of the criteria, and we have some fairly strict criteria. They're good criteria. They have to do with landscaping. They think about things like stormwater runoff. They think about setback from trees. They think about curb cuts and the availability of parking, and it works well. I think it should continue. By adopting the staff recommendations, that program ends. But it also leaves one other loose end, which is very concerning to me, and that is the 8,000 parking pads that are not in compliance. And we're not going to be dealing with those by closing the program. So there's 2 components to the motion. The first is, I think we should clamp down on what happens at Community Council. Some appeals will be allowed. I will put to this committee that there are 2 possible grounds. The first is when there's a negative poll result. We know that those are very subjective in nature, and they can be delicate, and sometimes a hearing at Community Council can deal with that. And the second is when the parking threshold or the availability of vacant spaces is not met. And we know that there are neighborhoods in the city where, despite the fact that the sheet in front of us says that there's more than 10% parking available, we know the residents still can't find a spot. Those are dynamic situations. The static ones are the ones where there just isn't landscaping area, they've already got a garage in the backyard, there's a tree in the way, and it just doesn't make sense to grant those applications. I think the staff have it right with their rules. I think we should continue to follow them. The last component I'll have in there is I would like to hear staff come back to us and talk to us about a program that's going to bring those 8,000 spots into compliance. I believe it when they tell me that a lot of those don't actually meet the rules, and that's why those people have never come forward. Well, you know what? We're going to have people with pitchforks coming at City Hall saying, where am I going to park my car if we close down this program, and complaints start to fly about these illegal spots, these pirate spots. There has to be a way out. My suggestion is maybe the middle ground is to permit some of these spaces when they meet the right requirements, maybe the right amount of permeable pavers, the right amount of setbacks, but not everything. But the caveat will be is that you can't now increase the value of your house because that permit will not be transferable. We'll let you live in situ. We'll let you continue to park your car. We'll let you continue to survive there, but because you haven't been paying the fee all this time, because you haven't done the things that all of your neighbors have done to make their pads work, you don't get to sell it with your house. And the last piece on there is, I think, to increase transparency, there's a thought, maybe we can get the cost of these parking pads put onto the tax or the utility bill, so that when real estate people are looking at these homes during a sale, the fee for these pads is right up in front, and we know whether or not there is something being charged and not on a separate invoice. I think this is a middle ground that gives something for everybody on all sides of the equation. It allows parking pads to continue where warranted, and where certain appeals might be required at Community Council, we can still deal with those. But it cuts back on some of those really questionable ones. And it also allows a program which is not dysfunctional to work. And the last comment I'll make with respect to stormwater management, I'll put to anyone listening, 14 square meters is a parking pad times 17,000 of them in the city. That's 238,000 square meters. To give you an idea, I calculated on a map the size of Yorkdale Shopping Center is 280,000. So we're talking a smaller area than a shopping center. So with respect to stormwater runoff, it's not significant. It says it right in the report. Do the math. It's about the same size of the right-of-way of the 401 between Leslie and the DVP. It's a pin push on the map. So this idea that it's because of stormwater, I reject that. Yes, everything contributes to stormwater, but we all have to survive. We have to have homes that are livable and people that can get around this city. That's my motion. I hope you consider it. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. So thank you for your motion. I obviously support staff recommendations. I moved them, but I'm interested in your motion. So do you see this as a compromise, or you mentioned middle ground? So how would you say it's a compromise?
I do, Madam Chair. I'm trying to find something that curtails what I heard from many councillors about a process that doesn't seem to work at Community Council, where we have these wide open appeals on all sorts of ground. And I think if we can narrow these, if we can depoliticize most of these appeals to a very narrow ground, which comes to the two variable factors. We know that polls aren't always perfect, and if a local councillor can substantiate that the poll maybe doesn't represent the will of the street, that's fine, then we should have that as a grounds for appeal. And in the other instance is when we have that accounting of available parking spaces that we know it says there's available spots, but in practicality, if you live near Bloor Street, say in our area, there is no parking spaces available, and that application should not have been dismissed on that particular ground. It's imperfect. It requires work of the local councillor to figure it out, and those are the types of appeals that I think are merited at Community Council. The rest, stick to the rules.
Okay, so you agree the process doesn't work as is?
I do.
But you think this is a middle ground, and this increases transparency?
I absolutely do, and it also allows the 40 or so people per year that meet all of the criteria and have done nothing wrong but followed the rules to continue to get their parking space.
Okay, I'll support that, only if mine fails.
Understood.
I got a question of you.
Do you want to take the chair?
Sure.
Just one sec, Councillor. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yes, I just, so your one 1A, little I, 2.
Yes.
The one that says a refusal of the application on the basis of the parking. So what happens in the case of like the winter months there? How would, so the winter months, for example, when you have like snow piled up and stuff, how does that?
So, yeah, I'm not sure I understand this. My understanding of subsection 918-8C3 is that one particular line item on the checklist of requirements when someone comes in to apply for a parking pad that says,
The parking spot in front.
the parking spot in front, if there is less than 90% of the city parking spaces subscribed to on your street, ergo, there must be space available, then we're going to deny your permit. But what we're learning is that even though the numbers in the city database say there's parking spots available, practically there are none. So I think that's a good judgment call of community council, and that's one that's worth debate. Others maybe should not be debated at community council.
Are you okay with asking for your motion to be voted on separately? Because I'm not comfortable with just, I mean, I'm okay with the rest of it. I'm just not comfortable with that one.
I in earnest believe that it is a good thing based on my experience at Etobicoke York Community Council, but if you wish to vote on it separately, I mean, that's your right, absolutely.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I'd like to ask that we vote on the sections in this one separate, okay?
Okay, so we're up against the clock here. We only have a couple of minutes till lunchtime. We break. After lunch, we have two more items. Both are substantial, I would say. One's a new item, and the other one's the Lower Yonge. And then the other, as I said, the other one was introduced this morning by Councillor Michael Ford via Councillor Holiday. So we've got the, if we could just move to extend the meeting so we could wrap this up. We're on the brink of voting. Okay, that's moved by Councillor Mamalady and supported by everyone. So we're going to extend till through lunch. So I'm going to ask the clerk just to tell me which one goes first, because we've got a few motions here.
Yeah, but so first, this is okay.
Okay, so the first motion before us
Then the deferral.
is a blank one. Councillor Carmichael Grab.
That's the first one, is yes.
We're all for blank. Yay.
Just keep that one.
Okay, so this item is, this motion is to defer the item indefinitely.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote, so I'll ask you to do it.
All those in favor of the motion before you, Councillor Carmichael Grab, Councillor Mamalady, Councillor Perruzza. All those opposed? Councillor Holiday, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee. That motion fails on a tie.
So the next motion would be
Just vote on that one.
Councillor Robinson. This is a good one. City staff. So recorded vote, please. I would love a recorded vote.
All those in favor of adopting the recommendations in the staff report, Councillor Robinson. All those opposed? Councillor Carmichael Grab, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Lee, Councillor Mamalady, Councillor Perruzza. Motion fails.
Okay, and the next one? And there, we had a request to have this broken up. Oh, Councillor Mamalady's next, okay.
What's the point in this, George? What do you want the list for?
That's a lot of work, isn't it?
But what's the point? What do you want to know from
They've got it, Madam.
Oh, okay.
It was a good try to try and squash it, thanks.
What's the point of this, George?
It's on the website.
What's the?
Okay. Is everybody ready to, okay, all in favor, opposed? That carries. And then our last motion, and this is the one where there was a request to. Yeah, I guess so. Councillor Perruzza, what is it that you'd like separated? Oh, just two, just the little. Okay, so we'll vote on that one first. So this is Councillor Holiday's motion. It's up on the screen, and we're going to just, so everybody's clear, we're going to pull out number two of number one. So it reads, just so it's, oh, there, it's highlighted. These guys are very effective here. Thank you. So this is what we're voting on first, then we'll vote on the remaining amount, the remaining motion. So all those in favor of this item? In favor of the little two, yeah. Yeah, we'll have a recorded vote, just so we're crystal clear.
All those in favor of the motion before you without the number 2 Roman numeral there?
Yeah, don't use numbers, say yellow.
Voting on the yellow part.
Chair, on a point of order, just to make sure that everyone understands what it is, it would be included as a grounds for appeal. If it's voted down, then it takes away a grounds for.
Do you understand that? Okay. So now we're voting in support of the yellow section number 2.
All those in favor of the yellow section, Councillor Carmichael Greb, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee. All
And
those
now-
opposed? Councillor Mammoliti, Councillor Perruzza, that motion
Let's
carries.
continue just to record the next piece.
And on the remaining item that's before you, everything but the yellow part. Councillor Carmichael Greb, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee, Councillor Perruzza. All those opposed? Councillor Mammoliti, and that item carries.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have, as I said, after lunch, we have 2 items to address, both of which are substantial. I won't say controversial. So just in case I haven't really read this through, I kind of tried to ignore this. I hope it was going to go away.
Oh,
How
yes.
is it that it could be at this committee when it's really a TTC matter?
It's not, we're asking the GM to carry out the study. Good afternoon. Would members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
I know, but I get worried.
Good afternoon. Would members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee please report to Committee Room 1?
All right, we're going to get started with our deputation list. Our speakers, thank you very much for being so patient and waiting all morning to participate in this next item. So our next item is, I'm just going to borrow that for 1 minute, sorry, Lower 22.7, Lower Yonge Precinct Environmental Assessment Study. Our first speaker is Kevin. Come up, Kevin, and if you haven't been here before, you have 5 minutes. And if you could just make sure the mic's on. Now, are you being joined by, are all three of you speaking, or? Okay. Okay, so then you have 5 minutes. You can all speak, but as long as you do it within the 5. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to you and our Public Works Infrastructure Committee. I'm here on behalf of the South Court Community Association, a residents' association of over 7,000 Torontonians living south of Financial District in the South Court neighborhood. My name is Ken Vong, and I'm proud to be the chair of the Residents Association, speaking this afternoon on behalf of 4 of our vertical communities. Behind me is our contingent from the community and a few others who unfortunately had to leave earlier today. Now, these 4 towers of 33 Bay, 18 Harbor, 12, and 16 Yonge Street are 4 communities of homeowners, taxpayers, and residents. And we're particularly keen on the Lower Yonge Precinct plan because we live right in the middle of it and will be in the midst of development construction for the foreseeable future. And that's okay, because that was expected when we decided to live in this neighborhood. What was unexpected and not communicated to our residents was a plan to take away the vital laneway supporting this community of over 5,000 Torontonians and our easements rights that the City of Toronto had initially granted to us in perpetuity over 10 years ago. And even that would be okay if it didn't materially impact our community and neighborhood, our ability to access our own homes, and our community safety. To illustrate why this will severely compromise the integrity and safety of our community, I want to direct you to the package that our staff prepared for you in collaboration with our legal counsel and the engineering firm. And you'll see this communication number 22.7.3 from Michaela Popescu. And you will find, beginning on page 3, the preliminary concerns of access and congestion that I want to expand on. And on access, as you'll see in attachment 11, the challenging operating environment and conditions that our residents, staff, and business owners currently face. Let me also share a few key points that you may not get from the photos, both there and in the tabs and the photos in tab 2. The laneway currently serves as the only access route for large vehicles to loading facilities for the community. And there are at least 4 commercial businesses who operate at the same site. This includes 2 restaurants, a coffee shop, and a convenience store, who also use the community loading facilities. Any changes will dramatically impact how the residential communities and commercial. And I'll remind you again that this setup was first approved by the city and has been in use for already over 10 years. You'll see with the photos that the vehicles can access the property from 2 key access points, 1 Yonge Street and 2 Harbor. What you might not see in the photos is that there are height restrictions for vehicles entering the property from Harbor Street. Large vehicles can only enter the property from Yonge Street. And all 4 communities and at least 4 commercial businesses use the loading facilities for waste removal, deliveries, and moving. And there are some key stats. Over 9,800 trucks accessed the loading facilities last year. There are around 55 move-ins and outs and deliveries that take place each week. And there are around 130 deliveries made each week just for commercial. The dead end at Bay Street enables trucks to enter and leave the property safely. And if the laneway becomes a one-way eastbound street, the trucks may not be able to access the loading facilities safely. And then there's congestion. It already is a problem now. And what was particularly concerning for us was that there was no mention of the Air Canada Centre nor the Union Station in the city's presentation to our community regarding the proposed changes. I invite everyone here to take a stroll down during game night and try to get anywhere. Currently, there are 1,800 vehicles that can park on the property. Congestion is clearly a serious concern. And there are around 40,000 vehicles that use the parking facilities on the property for special events each year. This laneway is important because it enables residents to drive and avoid congestion when entering and leaving our property. And there are other concerns like safety, specifically around the emergency medical services and whether they can access the property in a timely manner and assist residents. There are other questions: who will pay for maintenance around some of the suggestions of traffic gate? There are also 9 large events that are presently on the laneway, and whether or not they can withstand the added pressure from increased traffic. I just want to reiterate, though, in conclusion, that we're committed to working with the city to constructively address the concerns and reach a solution that maximizes community safety, and I'm concluding, Madam Chair, that preserves the integrity of the community and that is the benefit of our vertical community of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the speakers? Councillor Lee.
Just want to confirm that your last statement was that you are not opposed to these changes, but you just want to ensure that your issues are addressed.
Absolutely. One of the alternatives, Councillor Lee, that we have thought about was if the city is intent on opening it up on Bay Street, that it remains kind of a one-way or it either ends at Yonge Street. So basically flipping how it exists right now, where you can come in from Yonge, cannot go out on Bay. If it's necessary to open it up on Bay, you cannot go out on to Yonge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam
Our next speaker is Jude. Is Jude still? Okay, welcome, Jude. From Menkes, 55 Lakeshore, Inc. So same drill, 5 minutes, and when you're ready, I'll start your clock.
Sure.
Okay, there you go.
Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Jude Tersini from Menkes Developments. We're the owners of the former LCBO property that basically runs from Friedland Street easterly to the Choice Property REITs, where the Loblaws is. We've read the staff report and the proposed EA for the Lower Yonge Precinct, which has been as a result of a significant public consultation process. We've worked closely with staff to refine the proposed alignments of Harbour Street and the preferred cross-sections presented in the EA study. The proposed infrastructure improvements will support the transition of a neighborhood from a traditional industrial precinct to a new, vibrant extension of the city core in the waterfront. We feel the improvements proposed in the EA will result in the creation of a vibrant mixed-use community that will support all ground-related modes of transit through and within the area. This is a rare opportunity where the city can work with developers to undertake a significant city building exercise that will improve transportation infrastructure for residents in the area and the city as a whole for generations to come. Many of the improvements proposed will be funded and implemented through the private redevelopment of the lands within the precinct. Landowners would also be responsible for improvements to Cooper Street, as well as Friedland Street, and the construction of a new street between the Menkes and Choice lands running from Queens Quay to Lakeshore Boulevard. While we support the recommendations in general, we continue to work with city staff to determine the appropriate additional contributions that would be required from the neighboring developers and the proposed improvements, as well as the required timing of the proposed improvements. That's basically my submissions. Thank you.
Questions for Jude? Seeing none? Oh, there is one. Councillor Holiday.
So just to be clear, the developers do recognize that there is a need to make contributions on this, that growth has to pay for growth, and you're prepared to continue to do discussions with staff on this?
We entirely continued that discussion. We just started it very recently. It just comes down to reviewing the numbers and understanding what would be a equitable and reasonable way of cost sharing.
Okay, and would you recognize as well, though, that a good block plan and a good built environment from the city enhances your development beyond even what you can do just on your own site, that it adds value to it, and therefore an investment in the city is also an investment in your own property?
We acknowledge that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nasir, if you've waited. No, have they? Okay, understandable. It's been a long day. Emily is next from Deacon's gone also. Okay. Thanks. And then I think it's Jose or Jose also. Okay. So that's it. Thank you for that. Any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, any speakers on this item? I'll move it if everybody's okay with that. All those in favor? Carried. Next item is the item that's been introduced to committee on the pink sheet by Councillor Michael Ford via Councillor Holiday. There is no deputations, obviously, because it was just introduced to council, or to committee. So I guess the first thing would be questions of staff.
Thank you.
So Councillor Lee is going to start.
Yeah. There's a lot of work, I think, involved with this. So I think quickly, most of this is going to be done by TTC. And is it possible to bring forward a supplementary report from your side?
Through you, Madam Chair, we can certainly prepare information, work with our colleagues at TTC, come back with a better understanding of what it would take to respond to this request and what would be an appropriate time frame to look at to be able to get enough data that would be helpful in decision making on this point.
Okay. And how about, well, because TTC is not here because they were not requested to be here, maybe to the, to you, the chair, to the deputy city manager, is it appropriate to forward this to TTC for their, input into this?
Madam Speaker, it's at the discretion of the committee. We would rely on the TTC for much of the information, and I'm sort of at your direction.
You couldn't do it without that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of staff? I'll just, I guess, ask just for clarification. So we can't, I guess this is maybe to the deputy city manager, just kind of playing on Councillor Lee's questions. We can't actually do our part that's PUIC related and transportation related unless TTC does their part. Is that correct? Which is item 1.
That's correct, Madam Speaker. The TTC are the ones that provide the service, and they've established a date for the recommencement of the Queen Street cars, so we would rely on their cooperation in this regard.
And so basically, we can make a request to the TTC, but they don't necessarily have to act on it.
I think that's a logical conclusion.
So we can't force them to pursue this.
Short of some specific shareholder direction to your commission, which I don't think you'd be wanting to do.
Okay, so the recommendations as they are provided by the councillor would be for TTC to do their part, and then you to review that and then do A through a J, which sounds to me like, that seems like a lot of effort and investment of time and energy and possibly money. Would that be an accurate reflection of what would be involved?
Madam Speaker, it is a fair bit of work for staff to do the counts. The timeline is probably a little contracted. We probably need a little bit more time in terms of duration to get a representative sample, but yes, it involves some expense of time and effort on our part.
And just procedurally, this would have to go from here to council, because we can't actually, from PUIC, we can't direct the TTC. Well, you've been on it before. We can't direct the TTC. So just so procedurally everybody understands that this would go from here to council, because this body that we are on, that we sit on, we represent, can't direct TTC. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you. So we have speakers. So Councillor Holiday would like to speak.
I'll just place the motion, I guess, in the recommendations, first of all. But I just wanted to commend Councillor Ford for his picking up on an opportunity that is unique. I take it it's been some number of years since there was a last suspension of streetcar service, and that's created, I guess, a golden opportunity to go and look at something that we haven't looked at before, is understanding the different modes of transportation and their impact on a number of dimensions, including customer service. I think as council, we need to always ask those questions and to challenge the status quo. And this is a great opportunity to do that. Yes, there is cost of that, but we do spend money on different studies all over the place all of the time. And for us to give up an opportunity, I think, would be short-sighted. We should just simply ask these questions and get the information back and learn from the information that we get. And with respect to the agencies, yeah, I mean, it needs to go through a committee. Public Works is going to carry, I think, the major task here of doing some of the study, but we need the cooperation from Toronto Transit Commission, and it's this committee and council in conjunction that could compel those two agencies to work with each other to actually do this type of work. And without the leadership of council, I'm not sure that we could actually make that happen. So again, kudos to Councillor Ford for picking up on this chance and writing a letter, and I'm quite proud to carry it at this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is, as Councillor Holliday was saying, if we don't take this opportunity, we will never know. But it's a lot of work. So that's why I don't have any issue supporting this to go to City Council. But I have a motion to add this, to bring a supplementary report directly to Council when this item appears at Council. And that is to give us information as to how much effort it is and what's the cost to do all this, so that we have, it can help us make a decision whether we want to move forward completely with this. All right, because that will not require all the work, but require at least an estimate, a guesstimate of how much it will cost and what's the time frame needed to get a good data to be provided.
Okay, is that it? That's it? That's
Yes.
in its final form? Okay, so that be requested to report directly with addition. So basically, you're asking, I'll just ask to be clear, you're asking for a supplementary report between now and July 5th.
Right, July 5th, to be brought forward to provide us more information as to what it will take to do this, because if staff cannot make it, and we have to reopen, then it's a wasted effort.
It's a lot of.
All right, so what I'm requesting is to be able to assess to see whether it's a good thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perruzza. We're on speakers, just so you know.
Yeah, I apologize for, coming in a little later and not having heard some of the other arguments that have been made, but I can tell you, I read this letter this morning when I saw it here, and I understand the councillor and what the politics are behind this. The only word that I was looking for on the pink sheet here and couldn't find it was the word trolley, because in the last council, as some of you may not have been here. During that time where the whole war debate and debacle raged with very bright fire, re the car and all the other modes of transportation. This, I suspect, would, now I don't know what the outcomes would be, I don't know, but I understand the politics of this. I guess the hopes would be that, the best hope would be that you generate a report that says, after great pains and great study and great expense, I might add, and these are the areas where we actually waste colossal amounts of money to no end, and we just suck up oxygen in this place. So I guess the best hope would be that you produce a report that says, yeah, man, buses on Queen Street, the best thing since sliced bread. The absolute best thing since sliced bread, although maybe not as environmentally friendly as the thing, on that one, I don't see how you could score buses higher than you could score streetcars. But so you generate a report like that, and then you basically you bump it up to council and you foist a debate that, like, you know, it's 3 days or 4 days or something, and this council is at war with each other about, and not just that, but with the constituents out there in the constituency and the people down in the city, the absolute lovers of streetcars versus the absolute haters of streetcars, and have that and foist that fight onto the floor of council, and at the end of it all, to what end? To what end? Are we just simply going to rip up the infrastructure on Queen Street, and because we're going to, you know, put in buses or not? And that's and so I saw this and I said to myself, I get it, I understand it. I'm hoping that we avoid that great expense, and we avoid that shenaniganry that we so often are susceptible to, just simply to make a political statement. And I should have moved the motion tongue-in-cheek to erase the word streetcars or whatever he's using here and replace it with trolleys. But I'm not going to do that, because I don't believe that shenaniganry is the order of the day on this one. So I'm not going to be supporting it. I don't know what the motions look like and what the motions are, but I'm not going to be supporting it for that reason. Thank you.
Councillor, anybody else? Nobody? Okay. I mean, I don't know what to say on this. I would say that I'll support Councillor Lee's motion, because I think there would be a big undertaking to pull this off in the timelines provided, and there is a clear deadline on this, in a sense. So I would definitely be supporting that, but I'm not sure I'm going to support the overall motion. I think. Well, I think it's interesting there's nobody sitting in the seats, because if there had been any heads up, the room would have been filled, I think, with speakers and deputants on this. So I think I'll just probably not support this at this time. So all those, and so our motions are, who comes first? Councillor?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, what are the motions, just to get a sense?
Yes.
And this, just supplementary report.
Councillor Chin Lee has moved this motion, which is a supplementary report to understand the undertakings.
If it passes, if it passes.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, okay, so we support Councillor Lee's, but if this gets defeated, then everything goes away.
Then everything goes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So what do we vote on first? This one?
The amendment.
Okay, so all those in favor? That is unanimous, so no one against, and that carries. And then Councillor Holliday's motion to adopt the item as amended.
Can I have a recorded vote on that, please?
So all those in favor of adopting the item with the recommendations presented in the letter, in addition to the motion moved by Councillor Chinley, Councillor Carmichael Grab, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Lee. All those opposed? Councillor Robinson and Councillor Perruzza, that motion fails. Sorry, that motion carries. The item is going. The item is going to. The item is going to council.
Okay, it passes.
All right, I think that's a wrap. Thank you, everyone, for coming back after lunch. Do you have anything else? No?
Madam Chair, I didn't understand. So this motion now goes to council?
Yes.
Proceeds
If
to
we
the
are in
council?
council, we can vote it down at that time.
Having said that, Councillor Lee's motion also passed.
Yes, passes, yeah.
I understand.
It goes.
Yeah. Yeah, they go in tandem, right? There's a report that looks at
Supplementary
the...
report will go forward. That was unanimously supported, as well as the item.
Okay.
So we are done, adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your time and great questions and comments today, especially to staff. Yeah.